Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and all of you folks out there in Zoom land. We'll begin by reciting the opening prayers in your prayer book, page 1. All Mother sentient beings, especially those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and all-knowingness, may they experience happiness and be separated from suffering. I will quickly establish them in the state of the most perfect and precious Buddhahood. Thus, until I achieve enlightenment, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. Until death, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. From now until this time tomorrow, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. All sentient beings, limitless as the sky, take refuge in the glorious kind Lama Vajradhara, the embodiment of the body, speech, mind, qualities, and activities of the Buddhas of the 10 directions and the 3 times, source of the 84,000 categories of the teaching and Lord of the Sanghas. We take refuge in the kind root Lama and lineage Lamas. We take refuge in the deities of the mandalas of the Idams. We take refuge in all the exalted Buddhas. We take refuge in the perfect Dharma. We take refuge in the excellent order of the Sanghas. We take refuge in all the noble Dakinis, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians, possessors of the eye of wisdom. Sanje,
nong lai job sen je wo nong lai job sen je wo ba wo gan doi je jang so me so ye ye je yan han den ba nong lai job sen je wo.
Until I attain the heart of enlightenment, I take refuge in all the Buddhas. I take refuge in the Dharma and likewise in the assembly of the Bodhisattvas. As the previous Buddhas embraced the enlightened mind and progressed on the Bodhisattva's path, I too, for the benefit of all sentient beings, give birth to bodhicitta and apply myself to accomplish the stages of the path.
John Joy, Ning Boy, Jie Jie Boy, San Jie, Nam Lai, Job Sen Jie, and Jo Dai, John Joy, San Bai Ye, So Lai, Jie Jie, Job Sen Jie, and Jie Dai, Mo Jie, Dai Jie Jie, John Joy, To Ne, Ji Pa Dong, John Joy, Sen Me, La Pa Lai, De Dai, Ren Shen, Ne Va Dai, De Shen, Lo La, Men Dong De, John Joy, Sen Me, Jie Jie Shen, De Jen, De Ne, La Pa Lai, Ren Bai, Jen De, La Bai, Jie Wo.
In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings.
Sanje Jodong Tsuji Jonam Lai Janjo Bande Dane Job Sen Jie and Age Jen Soi Jebe Sonam Jie Dola Penje Sanje Lubai Sho.
May all mother sentient beings, boundless as the sky, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness which is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion.
Nam Ga Dai Nyam Pe Sem Chen Tam Je De Wa Dai De Ju Dai Den Bai Ju Je Dong Ar Dong Dong Ar Je Ju Dai De Wai Ju Je Dong Ar
Refuge of all sentient beings, without exception, divine subjugator of terrifying Maras, together with their hosts of demons, the one who understands all realities, without exception, exactly as they are, transcendent conqueror, together with your disciples, please come here to this place.
Bendaraya Samanza, Bendaraya Samanza, Bendaraya Samanza, Malaya Samje, Gunje, Bonje, Edode, Bonje, Meze, Jumze, La, Mona, Malaya, Jinjur, Jumde,
The ground is sprinkled with scented water and strewn with flowers. It is adorned with Meru, the supreme mountain, the 4 continents, and the sun and moon. As a Buddha field I offer it. May all sentient beings attain the happiness of the Buddha fields. Whatever merit I've gathered through prostrations, offerings, confession, rejoicing, beseeching, and praying, for the sake of the enlightenment of all sentient beings, all this I dedicate. Okay, then turn to page 11. Namo, to the Lama of utterly pure appearance and existence, I offer the fundamental ground of appearance and existence. I supplicate you to thoroughly liberate the 3 realms. Please grant your blessings and overturn the depths of samsara. Sublime Master, wish-fulfilling jewel, crown ornament, the inconceivable, inexpressible mind of the victorious ones, the one endowed with the 5 wisdoms of omniscience, gracious one, the embodiment of love, precious protector of beings, I supplicate you from within the essence of mind. Please grant your blessings from within the innate nature. Please bless me that I may realize the Dharmakaya that is beyond intellect, this primordially unborn, completely pure mind, transcendent conqueror, the one thus gone, the woe destroyer of afflictive emotions, completely perfected Buddha, endowed with logic and virtue, the one gone to bliss, knower of the world, captain, tamer of beings, the unexcelled teacher of gods and men. I respectfully prostrate, completely touching my head to the stainless feet of the unequaled Shakya king. At the time of your birth, leader of 2-legged beings, taking 7 steps on this great earth, you proclaimed, I am supreme in this world. To you who were wise even then, I prostrate. Possessing a body of complete purity, your sublime form is excellent. An ocean of primordial wisdom, you are like a golden mountain. The one whose renown is evident throughout the 3 worlds, protector of supreme attainment, to you I prostrate. To you who are endowed with the supreme marks, whose face is like an immaculate moon, to you, the one with a complexion like gold, I prostrate. A flawless one such as you among the 3 levels of existence is most exquisite. Unparalleled, omniscient one, to you I prostrate. Supreme among humans, captain of those to be tamed, the one thus gone who severs the all-binding fetters, who with senses pacified is utterly pacified and skilled in peace. To that one, the one who dwelled at Shravasti, I prostrate. Refuge endowed with great compassion, totally omniscient one who indicates the way, ground basis for oceans of merit and qualities, I prostrate to the one thus gone. The pure cause free from attachments, the virtue that liberates from the lower realms, the altogether supreme ultimate truth, to the pacifying Dharma I prostrate. Having been liberated, they also reveal the path to liberation. thoroughly respectful of the three higher trainings, they are a field of sublime qualities. To the Sangha I also prostrate. And then to page 9.
Namo Nonse Namdai Gyalama La Nonse Yergen Se Joba Mo Kamso Yondu De Sorwa De Angkorwa Dongdo Se Jenje Lo Jejen Norbe Toge Jen Amazon Jame Jave To Jembe Yeshe Madan Den Zere Danye Kade Jen Doa Jemze Remboche Dasimni Jengane Sowa De Junye Jengane Jenje Lo Asamdone Jeme Namda De Londe Chugu Topa Jenje Lo Jon Dende Tishin Yegwa Rajomba Yongdawa Zobe Sanje Legba Dai Shazun Demba Dewa Yegwa Jemba Jibun Dewa Alo Yorwa Alana Meba Lana Namje Tomba Nyame Shai Jabo Shanje Tema Meba Gobo Dode Akube Jasa Sajan de la compagne Nane Jitan de la Jojason Dezek Ba Jila Jansalo Namda Gungan Joda Suzanwa Ayeje Janso Serje Dumboda Adaba Jiten Sona Langewa Angombo Joni Jela Jansalo Tenjo Temba Jimin Dawisha Andawa Jela Jansalo Dede Jode Zaba Sonaze Nyame Jenje Jila Jansalo Amen Jon Dewa Kalo Junze Jen Kunjo Jenwa Junze Jenje Amambo Jadai Nye Jelake Nyenyo Joba Dala Jansalo Gombo Tuje Jedemba Tamje Jembe Tombabo Sona Yonde Janso Shin Gishin Jela Chanselo Tabe Doja Jive Give Yanson Le Doshin Jedo Dondai Jojoba Zigyo Julai Jansalo Drone Drove Lam Yanton Alaba Dala Ratege Shenge Damba Yonden Jing Gende Layan Jansalo.
And to page 15. I prostrate to the youthful Manjusri, To those in the worlds of the 10 directions, however many there are, all the lions among humans who appeared during the 3 times, to all of them without exception, I pay homage with respectful body, speech, and mind. The force of my aspiration prayer for excellent conduct brings all the victorious ones directly to mind. Bowing down with bodies as numerous as atoms in the realms, I prostrate to all the victorious ones. In a single atom there are Buddhas as numerous as atoms, each residing in the midst of their sons and daughters. Like that, I imagine the whole Dharmatatu completely filled with victorious ones. To those with oceans of inexhaustible, praiseworthy qualities, with sounds containing oceans of tones of melodic speech, I express the qualities of all the victorious ones. I praise all the Sugatas. With the finest flowers, the finest garlands, music, ointments, supreme parasols, supreme lamps, and the finest incense, I make offerings to the victorious ones. With the finest cloths, supreme scents, and fine powders equal to Mount Meru, all displayed in supreme and magnificent ways, I make offerings to those victorious ones. With vast and unsurpassable offerings, I venerate all the victorious ones. Through the power of faith and excellent conduct, I prostrate and offer to the victorious ones. Whatever negative actions I have performed with body, speech, and also mind, overpowered by desire, aggression, and stupidity, I confess each and every one of them. I rejoice in everyone's merit, the victorious ones of the 10 directions, the bodhisattvas, the pratyeka Buddhas, those in training, those beyond training, and all beings. I request the protectors, the lamps of the worlds of the 10 directions, who, passing through the stages of awakening, attain Buddhahood beyond attachment, to turn the unsurpassable Dharma wheel. I supplicate with my palms joined together those who intend to demonstrate nirvana, to remain for kalpas as numerous as atoms in the realms, for the welfare and happiness of all beings. I dedicate whatever slight virtue is accumulated through prostrating, offering, confessing, rejoicing, requesting, and supplicating to enlightenment. And to page 14.
tibi todai ki Gyawa gundai changze chubai ji Dojai chedan demo wangi ni Alu dang adai di yin yi je jang Di bai da ji ji bai jin je ba Adam ye da ge so so ra ya Chu chi jawa gundan san ji se Rang jara nang dang lo dang me lo dang Dua gun ji son nang kang la yang Da da gun ji ji su da ye nang Kang dai chu ji che ten do ma da Chang ju ren pa ra san ji ma cha ni Gong pa te da da ge tam je la Go lo la na me va go va ge Nya ge da dong kan ye te da la Do va ge la pin shin de vi che Ge va shin ge du ni xiu ba yang Da ge te mo ro ja ra so wa je Chang za wa dai ju jian xiao ba dang Ji zi ye rang gu shen so wa ye Ge wa jun ze da ge che sa ba Tam je zo me chang ju jian bu
And to page 16. Please turn the wheel of the Dharma of the two vehicles and their combination according to the dispositions and mental capacities of sentient beings.
Serje lumbo da ora ji ve ge ja je ja be ja la gu ja ze je me wo zra do je jing gro de ma de je je mo je da wa ta je se wa gu je ju je je nya me de wo le je gu ja ze wo me jo je yin je bo ro de tu mo san je gu je ngo Rang ju ge mo song dong je be zai la me yang la ge zhong Gong da jiu jiu dong gen je de na de ge long ma jiu wa gong so da den de dong be ju jin jian be Sen pa ran do wa dam jin de ye she na mo le la ye ge dang le dang da ji ge zhong da da me ge nong ne do gen je de gi je zang ba tam je ge da da ge ju den do. Good afternoon. Thế đó ngài chú cả thằng đó ngài chú thì lô jong nhầm lên chi vi cao là đó ngài chú thun sẽ rồi thun khung go đó thành là thun khung go cha đi rồi thế nên thun khung go đó là thế nên đó cả thằng nào ye chế chế thế nên làm mà đó sang chế thế nên giờ về làm mà ta chủ bị làm mà yết mà chế vào rong cái chiều là yêu vào chế gom thế chiều yêu vào gom bị cao là thế nên ta chế làm咩là ya sửa vào tao chế thế nên ở ta ngã thành ra đi chế trang chụp xem chế chế ya là thế nên ta chế vào số chế vào là thế nên change là bảo nó sẽ ở đó thế nên chế ngã cho samne thế nên làm咩cái thế nên lama jiwa ma hyok chi tene rang ninke kita korkang sina tinang la tene zawe lama hyok dewa zawe lama hyok wa de ki yumzen de la tene nga zo gu ju la tene jik changchub sem jie toya dang sem chen ke tong chi toya dang tega na yi kita nga zo tera courage o tene jik tene jik top song zamba na lo nas.
So just like we did yesterday, while we're doing the lojong or the mind training, we are doing this like in sessions, kind of like as if they were formal meditation sessions. And so we can begin the session just as we did the other day, visualizing as was described yesterday. First, you can imagine your Lama sitting on your crown or above your crown in the form of either Vajradhara or the Buddha. And knowing that this essence, of that the essence of the Lama is that of the Lama, the Buddha, or your own mind, the Buddha, and your root guru, kind of combined or in the indivisible union of those three. And so then as you visualize this above your crown, then you supplicate from your heart, and what you supplicate for is, may I bless me to give rise to the mind of bodhicitta. Please bless me so that bodhicitta may arise in my mind stream. But you can say, please bless me to give rise to love, compassion, and the kind of more bodhicitta, the special bodhicitta, please bless me to for this to arise in my mind stream. And then you can think that the Lama then travels from your crown down to your heart center and rests there at your heart center. And so again, what we're still sort of in that mind of faith or supplication, saying, please bless me to give rise to bodhicitta. Please bless me to have the capacity to really be able to benefit others. Please bless me to have the courage to really bring about the benefit of others.
다 ngazo tiri kachang 다 창배자 여러 루탁스 여러 봐. 다 루탁스라 토마랑 온도 타라 라 세야디 레스.
And so then we can rest for a time in that meditative absorption. And then we have the root text. So we, if everyone should have, the 7-point mind training, the root text. And the first thing that it says is that, so the first section is the preliminary. So it says, first train in the preliminaries.
다 디나네 다 가창가서 디스 곰 심바리 카리세나 되네 다 디게 온도 티키나나 다 로도 넘바 헤지디 맞아 텐전 이가와 당 대가나 얘기해 되네 쳔메타바 레준데스 다 로심바레 다 텐디다 징직템 코르반디 나라 가조다 지 베나 미게 그다 루덴 이비나 양가 존다고 계제 충분한 일이다 지 지기 유도이나다 등상 만증양다 오다 대가나 얘기다 강에나 줘봐지 연구요래 대가나 얘기야 지랑 원에서 뭐 당비나 지금 삼삼 룰라 나대야다 오다 대가나 얘기야 지 샘라 가서다 지 뇽베게 되네 왕도 효라오다 근데 몸보지 인도 지금 그런데 나라야 대점지게 지 대오당 지원을 받는데 지 레샤스 근데 근데 당아 지금 다르게 지 참바구미하다 닝제구미하다 창조생 공부인데게 되어데 지금 코르반들이야 타르토 바라와 되게 용효 sam고고래 되는다 조금 다 넘바 상제 발아야 무지고 말에 다 되게 나나야 들어라서 보다 되게 용거를 와와 되게 드sol래야 들어놓아서 뭐 땅이나 멀리강에 치야요레스 되는다 되는데 이제 다른 얘기 주치와 네게 단드르데 이제 라야한테 코르발레 타르토 보다 대단히 암도더니 이제 심정 힘발랑 코르발레 타네 되네 심정 힘발이야 코르발 타리아 탑치 잠바다 조 다다다 노드 곰샤나 되는 되기여서레스
So the preliminaries, when we say please, or first we train in the preliminaries. So yesterday we went through each of them. We meditated on each of the four thoughts that turn the mind, which are here the preliminaries. So being the difficulty of encountering a precious human rebirth, complete with the leisures and endowments, and then reflecting upon death and impermanence, reflecting upon the truth of karma, cause and effect, and then reflecting upon the suffering of samsara. And so even though so even though we have the precious human rebirth, we know that it is and so even though we have so this reflection on the fourth of these preliminaries, which we are now at the contemplation of the fourth, the suffering of samsara, involves really reflecting on all the suffering of samsara in its entirety, all of the different realms. But of course, not having right now direct experience with the suffering of other realms, it's easiest for us to start by really just thinking about bringing to mind all of the different types of hardship and difficulty that we see in this world, that we see in the human realm. There are so many hardships, so much suffering experienced physically, through. So like
individually
So like if we think about how much suffering there is in the world, it's endless. There's so much pain, there's so much suffering, and then we can also think about how much suffering we experience individually, personally, with the suffering, both that is experienced, Okay. So we don't have to say suffering, he says, like even if we just say difficulties, like the difficulties, the hardships that are experienced with the body, the different types of illness and physical difficulty or hardship, also the hardships that are experienced inwardly in the mind, so many emotional problems or difficulties. And so when we really think about all of the pain and hardship, the difficulty that is out there, that we experience ourselves, then we really feel a sense of the fact that there's no real lasting happiness to be found within cyclic existence and samsara. And so not only does that allow us to feel a sense of renunciation, but it also allows us a basis for feeling real compassion and love for others. And so based on that compassion and love, then there's, that can evolve into bodhicitta, because there's this real understanding of the difficulty of samsara. And so there's a longing for ourselves and all beings to be free from that. And so that the way to achieve freedom is through awakening, through becoming free from the suffering of samsara. And so So this is how we can reflect. And then also not just in our own realm, but we can see also, for instance, in the animal realm, all of the difficulty and hardship experienced by the beings there. Denis?
오다 디 인도다 딜레 딜라 임바티 디 카르스나 다다 졸라 지 콜발레 타르토바 라완 콜반디나라 강이 요르바 오 딘디 지티네 라완 콜바 타르토바 디네 디 라완 콜발레 타네 심젠담 질렘 콜발레 토르토바 딘디 제게서 노 당지 디네 맞다 간마카 히지 구미아인스.
So in this way, let's reflect. So we'll meditate for a little bit of time, thinking about all of the difficulty and hardship and samsara, and with this sense, for ourselves, a longing to get free ourselves, to attain freedom and liberation and awakening. And also, once we awaken, once we have the capacity to really liberate others, then so that motivation to attain liberation ourselves is so that then we can also help to liberate all sentient beings.
티엔디다 틴데이제 당이 콘티우바나 예레 맞아 라마테 초스곰 티지레네 단다다 보면 이 스카르마죠.
So Dangpo Lama Dini De.
초스디 라마지 투수통동지 라마 고미아레.
So he mentioned at first,
Together.
that that at the beginning we meditate on the Lama and the way that he explained. So we can spend like just the first part of this little meditation period, just for not too long, a quick moment, meditating on the Lama and the way that he described, and then we can turn our meditation to the contemplation of the suffering of samsara.
10 minutes. 다 저기 로종 통도 나게다 당보디 온로 타라 라브세야 되다 가서 친신바레스.
So then we have just now done the first section, which is training in the preliminaries.
다 ng오예 전에다 장접샘 공부치와라 다 군족 장접샘당 전에 동남 장접샘 공부치와라 전에 당고 쪽이어레스 된다 딜라 단다 자외 책팅몰라 전에 추금말람 따워섬 송도와 다디 이 로한드서레 추금말람 따워섬 마치 리피헬라지 세아트레스
Dundamgi Jangsim, no? Dundamgi Jangsim.
Right.
So then we have the main practice. The main practice here consisting of the meditation on bodhicitta. And so this includes both the ultimate bodhicitta and relative bodhicitta. And so first in the root text it says, consider all things and events as dreamlike, examine the nature of unborn awareness.
Things 당보대 다 데려와 당보텔라 칼라고도 쓰나 가서다 디 잭디 카르스나 디네 유로와 추금을람 따고 삼세야들라 치 유긴진바 틀라데 치기유 랑지 톱데와다 덴버 톱메와 땡겨레 삼랭 가서 틀라고도 강자 다음에 당 추지 다음에 송도와 당보 추구주마 추구말람 따워 삼세야들라 지키 유랑 이마로와 추지다 다음에도 랭귀사레스.
So first here, as it says, consider that we should consider all things and events, essentially all outer phenomena, to be dreamlike. They are essentially the essence, the nature of the Dharmakaya. That appear but are illusory in like all phenomena appears but is illusory in nature, and so therefore it is just like dreamlike, empty phenomena. And so this is pointing to the lack of inherent existence in all things, in all outer objects. So when we speak of the selfless nature, there are generally kind of two components to that. There's the selflessness of the individual, and the selfless nature of phenomena. So here, the objects being empty of intrinsic existence, this is referring to the selfless nature of phenomena.
다치기 유나오지 가서 좀 당비나야 다치 마타 마치 경우나 치크랑이 베는 잠블링데 다위나다 잠블링데 요와 랑이 톱데와 테니지 삼고요레스 이내양다디 가장가서 마타웨케 강라라부 들라 고지 딱밤메위 주르와임바다 테네 jumsen ordan de la rang yi trop dus and jura mendoza meade maso rang ya mejoji chadi yores.
And so generally we just sort of take this idea for granted that outer things, that the external world, outer objects really exist. And if we don't examine, if we don't think about it, then we apprehend things that way. We think that they are truly existent from their own side, that, the world, and everything in the world has this true intrinsic existence. But here, this, as it's pointing to the lack of inherent existence in all things, and the reflection on impermanence is also something that leads us to that understanding when we see that, oh, everything is pervaded by this truth of impermanence. Everything is constantly changing. And so therefore there's no real solidity as we attribute it to outer objects. This lack of solidity, thinking, and this constantly changing nature is proof of their lack of true existence, really.
Wada tiga na ye ke nga so yu pa ta ne ta yu la kharta gu yor sina wode ya bore do bore somebody ta cheglat ne sambo yin ba ro sambo yin ba jik sim sambo yin be thola tele nga so jik chapa ta hemba rewa jik che tine ta yu chegla ro benata magawa ya bo ma yin ba doba mewa 오다 드리지 어떤 직텐디나 연구요와 연구요래 때 다디 직탄다 콘트기와나 예리 직 마타다 마치와 티ngol다나 텐도지리 고덴바타오 되와와 아직 가서 약보이나 약보리 삼바지다 도보이나 도보리 삼바다디 고직 제 탑되와도 오지 가서 술구요래스 이나야 다디 다신 집이나
And so when we look at outer objects or the outside world, we see how this misunderstanding of its true existence is constantly at play because we attribute absolutes to things. We think, oh, this is good, oh, this is bad, and we grasp onto that as kind of like a constant. So something that appears, there's something that we sort of label as, oh, this is good, and then we become attached to that. We grasp onto that. Or something or someone that we think is bad, that we dislike, and we attribute it with badness in this sort of like absolute sense, and we grasp on to that perception because we're not really paying attention, we're not really looking or examining, we're not seeing the changeless nature or the constantly changing nature of all things, and so we have these concepts of things being a certain way, good, not good, bad, good, and then there's grasping because we are sort of thinking of these things as not changing.
That thing ben cha cha na so le da nga so mlam ro re so da khorwa jikten de la 치유네더네 말람 무데다 가서 말람기 디 말람 민데베 까라 데다 말람로와 고 말람데 뎀바로지 오다 데레도 쌈고요로와 얘네야 고 말람데지 니 시차베히글라 오 말람레 좀 당가서 텔라 이제 이체당 베네 말람 야보지 미요나 텔레지 착바 셴바틴디 메와당 Malam to Duboji mi Uvina, Malam to Tindibe Dubori Zambegeta, Casa Henine, and something of Malam to Henantri Migra, or Malamre, Labitina, so tasty, co free, Chado Groa, co Chapayo Mare, Dawayo Marwa. Oh, that tena yiki, Matson Jigendi Nana, Mata Machi Bikangola, the Yabo, the Dubo, Koyabo, Kona Dubo. 오다 텐디 제게다 빼데 가서 가르쳐거리 continuation 텐디제 차디어와 얘네 당가서 다신지나 대 야보레도스 야보레도게 스틱 다오나 야보코나 요 말에 야보코나 지 라우야 기 준생 카야라 말에 얘네야 단데 두보레 삼바텔레 양 som노이 땅미나야 주 두보인비게 준생 카야라 토고 말에 뺀나만함다 다 대가나 얘가 저디 juma mambo yorwa jume nang karsena tereda karma rabde marmeta juma siwa chura tang manang lo tang tita se ya te chi yores wada tenda wo tene yes.
So in reality, our experience of the all that we experience is really not so different from a dream, and so we can think, what happens is really the same thing. We take it to be real. And so it appears very real to us, just like when we're dreaming. When we're in the midst of the dream, we're believing that the dream is real. But then when we wake up from the dream, we realize, oh, that was just a dream. And so whatever the emotions that were being kind of produced by the dream, we no longer believe in them. So if we were really, if there was strong attachment or strong aversion, or like we were very afraid, so sometimes we have scary nightmares. And when we're afraid in the dream, it's really terrifying because we believe that it's real. But then we wake up and then we are like, oh, it was just a dream. And the fear dissipates. And so and then we become free, because we're no longer under the delusion that what's happening in the dream is real. And so it's really kind of the same thing that is going on during our waking reality. We have all this stream of attachment and aversion based on our reactions to things that are all actually illusory in nature. And so, but we don't see that, and so therefore, we really buy into the reality of the dream, and we think, oh, this is good, this is bad, or he's good or he's bad, and there's this grasping based on this belief of true existence, and it just kind of creates this continuation. But if we really investigate, then we can see the way in which phenomena is actually illusory in nature and lacks, true or inherent existence, and that there's nothing really, to grasp onto there, that we don't find any real essence when we investigate. And so there is the quote from the Diamond Cutter Sutra that says, like a star, it's like a hallucination, like the flame of a butter lamp, like a magical illusion, like a dewdrop, like a bubble, like a dream, like lightning, or like a cloud. Know all compounded phenomena to be like this.
어다 디인도다 가서 단지 초년에 진행 오라다 지 군조 왕듯이나 요래라와다 가서 진배라와 지 지유 상본증기 요래 노보 요래 동본증기 요래다 군조 왕도 텐데 리디 예나야 다 가서 단다 통탐바 냠래지도 지 텐디제게 다 상에 야도 간디지 테네 심기 유비나야 텔라지 딱바당 텔라야 랑이 초대와 텔라 덴버 초대와 강요 말레스 다 텐디지 하 고베이나 테딩가스 디스 라원로지 요래 와 다 나초게 가르스나 약보임비 딱바심 텔라차 도보임바 텔라 당와치네 용대베 갑라 다 가서 챙디 요러와 디 챙거 프리 요 말와 차단이게 뭐다 남대와 챙대와 차대기로와 대인들이 유를 셈나다 유랑 거라 대인들다 디직 총론로야다다 아직 남ing원에 또 투금이나야다 라기 토면도 zambic 로지 요나 되는 가서 직 남대야 되고 this loose 차기거래스
And so when we practice the Dharma, there is this, of course, we're practicing within the realm of the relative truth. And within the realm of the relative truth, there is grasping. There is all of the phenomena that appears. But to understand from the perspective of the ultimate truth, then we can see, that there is ultimately, no intrinsic reality to outer appearances, that there's no way to sort of designate an absolute good or absolute bad, and that these things that we're attributing these labels to don't really exist from their own side in the way that we think they do. And if we understand that, there's some freedom that we gain in seeing that. Because when we think, oh, something is good, and we attribute it with, or endow it with inherent goodness, then there's automatically attachment that arises there. We get bound by our attachment that clings to this thing that we're just arbitrarily deciding is good. And likewise, when something is bad, or we perceive something as bad, then automatically we're bound with a mind of aversion that is trying to solidify this thing into badness. And so we're not free, we're bound. And that binding is based on believing that this outer phenomena really exists the way that we perceive it to. And when there's even some understanding of this truth of lack, the lack of inherent existence, then the tightness that those chains of attachment and aversion bind us, it loosens a little bit. So even just the thought, of, oh, there's a lack of inherent existence. These things don't really truly exist, intrinsically. And then there's some loosening that happens. There's some freedom in even just a partial understanding of that.
Wada dinu tere, da dinu tigana chaba dang toba tiri yuna naro nas te kesi mewina ngazo da karma ju gumgins.
So here, regarding this section, if we can address a few questions, if anyone has any questions about what's just been covered. And if not, or after addressing the questions, we can meditate for another 10 minutes. Nothing online? No? Okay.
Wada dinu dana chike da ngazo yusiya di da ordinarily ngazo tambo ndawo ji semde yore dinu tine ji ngazo telo budwa dakba terzo zidu ji kartangi kontiwa na yeri kan yowa di tini dembare sambelo je yona ngazo beda karina hard rowa
Got it?
ngazo tini ji yowi na dakba de demba trop de yona tini ngazo je ke or do ndo ji ka na la be zuide wa no yores ka thau na be chakbo be karsna kale ka bo yorwa tini tini ji rangi trop mendo zameke loji yovina tene this ko loose loji ro free loji yong yore sta tene je kitone tene gomdes jalo nas.
So you can meditate, kind of inwardly analyzing or investigating this, and kind of notice how your even body responds to, like if there's something that we have a lot of kind of projection regarding its absolute nature, whether good or bad. And we look at how we kind of identify that thing as being very real or very solid. And when that happens, there's like a tension, a tightness that happens in the body, that like we become kind of like a stone, we become very rigid. And then when we're able to really sort of see that the lack of, if we contemplate this nature of lack of true existence, and we're able to kind of let go of those concepts a little bit, then we can maybe even experience directly the loosening effect that has, the kind of release that we maybe feel in the body, less tension, more openness.
Okay, so maybe 8 minutes. 당가서 디 쭉 내로 힘마 해서야 디 BMCV게 내가 전부 요사데스 티니탄다 공휴와나 배야효티 고말람 임발람 모심바 터당 티니 당가서 출발로 지 강 협이나 티니 맞다 참마 된데 토토도 삼디나 티니 뭐마 희와나기 송래 티니 다지 초담지 랑이 마로 하거나 티니 뭐해바나기 그래서 철바 간디지 요래 휴비나 철바에 담보 전환게다 전환게 다지 요래 다다데 티니 다 장하는 거는 통구요래다. 저 통에 고 다들이 삼바 출구요라와. 다 다리 삼더니 앞에다 해당 라네 빼다 공로 라네 다 니마트링 다 고다등에 다 동고 다 트링 건생고 삼다 트리 빼다 지금 루양 타고 세명 다 공로 산에 빼다 루양 톡 세명 톡빼 트니지다 메티자다 용로요래스 텐디제기 요게 내가를 되네다 저 짜지 lep드네 저랑 초보초고 참 차디어스 고다드 마리스와
왜 그래?
저 초보레스 저랑 초보초고 상지레스
데 담보 다이엔 삼바 예니양 누네치네 톡보레.
레 아니다 고출바지 지올로도 당일라이나 다 고출바 참마 지올로그라고 다 디스토와도 요다 오니 초보리도 삼바도지 다 당기 공로 삼아 조사다 공로 요마다 공로 요마린 쟁고 삼바 요마레 시고 삼바 요마레다 그 강치고 삼바 요마다 로데 차기도 뭐다 배트나 얘기 가서다 샘대와 차보디 덴바데 잡바디 틴디텔라 오 랑기 처음에도 너지 삼나 코디식 단어들 초보토고나 차그레스
So, understanding the true nature of reality, not understanding the true nature of reality, these are like distinctly different experiences. So again, it's like, the reality that we experience is like a dream, but when we're caught in the dream, we don't recognize it as a dream. When we realize that we're dreaming, that it's not really real, then the way that we relate to it is very different. So the feeling is like this, but it's really like a matter of recognition or non-recognition. When we think that things truly exist, there's non-recognition. When we understand the illusory dreamlike nature of phenomena, then there is recognition. And the feeling is like this. When we don't recognize the dreamlike nature of reality, we think that it's real. It's like, for instance, if we see an enemy, someone that is like our enemy from a distance, like we see someone that we really are dislike, that's like an arch enemy, from a distance.
Enemies coming, sort of.
They're coming, they're approaching. And we're like immediately when we see them from far away, we're flooded with this feeling of tension and anger. Our mind becomes inflamed, enraged, and we think, there's that terrible guy, my enemy. And our whole system is like disturbed by this feeling of, there's our enemy and anger and maybe mixed with a little fear. And, I'm going to really like fight with him today. I'm going to really put him in his place. I'm going to beat him up, or whatever. And then based on that idea, there's, this feeling, this very intense feeling and tension, and, that floods the body. And then if we're like, okay, we're all riled up and then we're going towards our enemy, and then as our enemy gets closer to us, we're like, oh, I made a mistake. That's my friend, you know. We actually realized we got it confused. It wasn't who we thought it was actually our friend. And then the feeling completely changes, and we're no longer like all tense and intent, you know, and feeling all of this anger. But our mind relaxes, we completely let go. There's like instantaneous change. Physically and in the mind, that's just based on this very simple concept, enemy or friend. And so then if we have the concept friend, then, you know, there's no tension there. And so it's actually like this. This is actually a metaphor, you know, for the dreamlike nature of phenomena. When we think it really exists, then everything's very hard, it's very solid, our reaction to everything is very rigid. But when we think that it's dreamlike and we don't really take it to truly exist from its own side, then it's the experience of like realizing that that enemy is actually your friend. So that's kind of how you relate to phenomena.
어다 딘두 ngachoda di ko janggoya tha gomgoya de be khechimo isares.
So it's important to kind of train in seeing things this way, and to meditate, to contemplate and meditate on the lack of intrinsic nature.
Okay.
There is a question online. So even the Dharma Center is an illusion? That's their question.
Yeah.
Yes, Theravada ngacho Thelabgota the Zamtango Grua. The relative level, Dharma Center Yoris.
So in our relative dreamlike experience, the Dharma Center exists.
Yin yang ultimate level, Dharma Center Yomaris.
But ultimately speaking, there is no Dharma Center.
Yin yang we could Kartoya yorsena, Tanda ordinary Dharma Center Tondel Yagaji, Tinning as ultimate Dharma Center Toya Yoris. The relative language of Dharma Center Tonde Valley, Tinning as the Tontambik Dharma Center Yoris.
Yapo tadung garela kyo yapo komatsong.
Da relative labor Dharmati, your Mari love Yorwa. Your Maris. Your Maris and but the Tosona. Tene Choram better Dharma Center the much better than
Yeah.
the relative labor.
So
Dharma
when
Center.
so when you realize actually like so first, you know, on the relative level, the Dharma Center exists, that we think that it exists. But if we realize the ultimate level, like that the Dharma Center doesn't really exist, then our experience of the Dharma Center is even better than with the idea that it really exists.
Relative level.
So
Much
it's even
better
it's
than
much
relative
better to realize the ultimate level than the ultimate truth of the Dharma Center is better than the relative truth.
Yeah, relative Dharma Center. Okay.
Okay. Any more question?
Uh-huh.
So is it the impermanent nature of all these things that make them illusion-like? Because in a way, when you think about this, like there's certain circumstances where it could be a detriment to think like that. Like if you're out in the wild and you get envenomated by a venomous snake and you just think, oh, this is an illusion, I don't need to go get help, then you're probably not going to be, you're going to become the illusion. you're going to disappear, or if you're having symptoms of a heart attack or something like that. So again, is it the impermanent nature of everything that makes it illusion-like?
그 뭐라 칼라스.
tini nuni chini penati mitakpa yimba ki jumsen la tini changma milam drawore nuni di dembar drupa yomare dire ve gayan sena garsi ngatsoge gayang nuni chini yomare demba yomare tini pena dugdu ngatsoge so yatna kemen do milam re samna tini shigirwa tini
다디 배티하고 차송스.
So that's a good example.
당가서디 다든 짐바디 로왕가서디 짐바데 칸디지 요레스나 가서 두드오지 두드오지 통대원도 출구 요레스 배. 또 말이면 당가서 드니다. Maybe this is a good example I think. 드네 rubber snakes 요레스.
So on the other hand, another way to think of it is like this, like because we have the mind of self-grasping, there's like this way that we apprehend things, and it's the example, we can give an example of like using your snake example, but changing it a little bit. Like if there's actually a rubber snake.
다 rubber snake tela karsina 다 tene 다 duty samgores ngaso hangsa 다 hegi yorba.
And when we first see the rubber snake, we're terrified because we think it's a real snake.
tene 다 tindi hianang pe ngamra chembu jig lang debe kawla tene magic le awne ti rubber snake res nge hya ilabna tene hianang yomarwa.
And, and then maybe we're like, totally scared and we're arming ourselves with something and we're like really terrified of the snake. And then somebody comes up and they're like, oh, that's not a real snake. That's just a rubber snake. They like pick it up and then same as his example before, it's like that fear that you were overcome by disappears.
That's good question. 이는 가서디 갈세나 다디야 too far no 차도로 오다 가야자면 야 말에 그 illusion is 근데 말에 가서 칸 짐바요와 칸라 유제를 때는 가서 칸 노기요와 라와 칸라 햄바요와 칸라 차파요와 오다 디 코라라 이토비오 말에 라부요와
So this so your example of like disregarding phenomena entirely because we believe it doesn't exist is like going too far. It's more like there's a distortion of how things are based on our grasping to their true existence. And so it is the way that we fixate, it is the way that we completely fall victim to the afflicted mind states based on our grasping to our perception of what we are reacting to as real, that is what can be transformed by kind of correcting that mistaken perception. But it's not, it's still, we still experience relative phenomena even though it is dreamlike. And so it doesn't mean that we can disregard it completely.
That is undo. 단다디 초랑게 다 스네기 요리 있어야 돼. relative truth lab도. relative level ngazo truth 요래로. 다디인디 고 단다 내칼라 스네기양 요래, 렌저리양 요래. 요와 히르종게 토네 ngazo 다고 award 치고로 와. 오다 디인디 다디 하고고 그래. 스테인디 ngazo 단다디인가 좋다 단기니 휴가 나기래 장접 샘들라 군접 장접 샘나 동담배 장접 샘 세야지 요레슬라로 오다 단다디 동담배 ngola 테니 토디오 마레스 랑직 태송구요와.
So, with your example, it's like, on the relative level, phenomena is appearing in such a way that there's a poisonous snake. And we want to be careful not to get bitten by that poisonous snake. It's dangerous on the relative level, and we can understand that. But then from the ultimate level, all phenomena is dreamlike and illusory. And so, for instance, also here, we're meditating on both, there's the relative bodhicitta and the ultimate bodhicitta. The ultimate is the recognition that the essence lacks inherent nature, that from the perspective of the ultimate truth, there's no true existence there.
Thank you.
이나 당가서 디 제라 탄다다 가서 relative 데라 탄다 가서 ultimate 라고요와 이나다 relative 오데 지달라 테네 가서 detail 휴요레 스타 공고야 뭐요레 스티 통고.
And so here it's like it's first talking about the ultimate nature, the ultimate bodhicitta. So the recognition of the empty essence, the empty nature. But then what we train in is the relative bodhicitta, and there's a lot of detail there, a lot, that then we'll get into in the discussion of the relative bodhicitta.
다 삼노 약보 당비나 가서다 대삼노 당국도와 지다 딱바직 도에 삼노 당국도와 좋대다.
Talk about
이
you.
톱대와 유럽매와 텐디지 ngobo 텐디게 다 텐디 도게 상야다 가서 장달시야 돼 대사레스.
So what we can train in with regard to the recognition of the ultimate truth is there something that we can say is permanent, that kind of exists in an absolute sense, that is without any change? Like, is there some essence that we can attribute to phenomena? Some changeless essence.
Okay, so we actually we look a bit too late, but we maybe short break, maybe 10 minutes.
So we'll take a 10-minute break and then come back. Okay, at what? Is it 4? At 4?
Yeah, almost 4.
It's 3:46.
Okay. Okay, so then we can reconvene at 4.
Da, atiri da zawe tseki nangla. Da zawe tseki tila, doa zawe tseki nangla kare do. Da zawe tseki nangla tangi di chukum melam tawarsam siya da yurwa. Da nga tanga tangi kyung tiwa da yurang yito yo mare mambulaw yorwa.
Interesting. Chuku,
Chukun,
oh, chukun. Yeah.
churwa that not dharma.
Yeah, okay.
Da te chuj dhammi rawa. Da machi rikpi yi la chi siya te da teri da khanzak da sina re. Tene da rank sem. Tangi nga da tangi yu tala demba thob mendos lagu yorwa. Yina da yu demba thoba maroba mazi tene rank ke tanda yang da sem ke number tokwa. Te yang tene demba thob yo mare zungwa da.
So in the root text that we have here in the second section of the main practice, so first it says, consider all things in event as dreamlike. So that's referring to the selfless nature of phenomena. And then it says, examine the nature of unborn awareness, and that's referring to the selfless nature of the individual. So not only do outer things lack inherent existence, but also inwardly the mind, and in particular, the content of the mind, like the proliferating discursive thoughts, lack true existence. So they are also not really real.
Da tindu da tiyang tene bena relative level no ji samno tang mi na yang da nga so ji tangi ji pare ya da tangi ngo yu ji la rawa yu ji la dengi gawore denga magaware samya ke nga so yu la semgu yorwa yina chi yu ke semchi zo de semrawa da sem khora ya tene ji 윤진게 니에겐델 가워리 니에두보리 세야 태당 대가 나게게 나초 규래 요바 뇽몬바 지소 참마사모타나 장이 쳐봐요 말레스.
So in the same way, on the relative level, we experience outer phenomena, and then we react to that outer phenomena based on a belief in its true existence, but even more so based on our own thoughts. So we decide we like something, we decide we don't like something, or we decide we like someone or dislike someone, based on our grasping to a concept of what that outer object is. So the one who is deciding to like or dislike an outer object is mostly the thoughts and afflictive emotions in the mind. And those thoughts and afflictive emotions also lack any real reality, any intrinsic existence.
티니다 베나 차샤위나 맞어 해당 서리다 베나 뇽몬베 키나니 다 조체효디 효체효디 해당이 말이라와
Shenang or shidang?
해당 다디 해당디 임바레 다 해당디 당기 콘티가 나이래야 고 해당랑디 베가라 베마시비게 톱 쳔보 직다 원에 장이 지 요원로 텐리지 요레스.
And so the coarsest of the afflictions that can arise for us is really the emotion of hatred or anger. So when anger arises, it's very powerful, it's very strong, and very difficult to move away from a grasping to some qualifying reason why we're angry, like that we believe in something is a certain way.
이내양 다가 저양 그 배주지 체제 따지지 체제 따지 해당랑시 유드 단계 덴바 모더와 인도 대만이 받더니 다나 덴바 모더 대 힌도 되네 다 나랑게 샘팅 올라야 고티 해당세 효침부 휴스도 때 가와요나 스러와야 지 유지를 받아 그 샤댕려요나 레베나려요나 다 가와요나
Shaptingla?
응?
Like bottom of your feet? What?
다 가와요나 냥게
Yeah, but shaptingla, la yimbe.
샤딩라 맨날 샤나나
Oh,
수보나
shaptingla. Oh.
요나 가와요나 삼노 당비나 해나 나가요 말이에요.
But then, so we can use the energy of that anger and direct it instead to like our Dharma practice, like really recognizing its lack of intrinsic existence. So this can happen through examination. So we can, when that anger arises, instead of focusing on the story that's making us angry, use it to investigate the anger itself and go, okay, what is this anger? Where is this anger? Can I like locate it somewhere? Is it in the like flesh of my body? Is it in my heart? Is it in the brain? And so we can try to locate some entity of anger.
어다 대인도 대간나기다 지금 가서 다 용거 참말이 심제라서 봐. 어다 된디 되는 섬당고 요래스.
And we can do the same with any affliction, any difficult emotion that has arisen, like worry or anxiety or any emotion. We can investigate it in the same way.
Okay, so that's a 네, 다티 통달라티네. 좋아요스.
So are there any questions about that one? Kathy? Yeah.
Could this be said to be bringing something on the path?
Dinidi lamdu chewa seya de rebe.
네네. 다 람체가 빼먹고 요래. 다 당보가 단단다디 통담배 킹올라 알아와 통담 군친다 람체가 빼먹고 요래 되네. 단다 유머로와 하고 되지. 되네. 랑 샘머로와 하고 되네. 샘지랑 요세와 하고.
Wait, youngster, 공타. You dini?
되네 샘로와. 되네 샘지랑 요세와 하고. 되네 군조블라다 양양초가 저 군조 강래도 다 원에 다 가리임바 되네 협자 연구요래서 마감편 성향 가리임바 수소고요 와도 정말 되네 연구래서 보다 람치르다 양양래서 람치르서
Yeah, so definitely this is one of the ways in which we bring adverse circumstances onto the path. But, and there are many, pretty much, anytime we apply Dharma practice, we're bringing something onto the path. And here, what we're doing is we're investigating to recognize in such a way that we can recognize the ultimate nature. So investigating the lack of true existence in outer objects, investigating the lack of true existence in the inwardly apprehending mind, investigating the lack of intrinsic nature in the true nature of the mind itself, the clear light luminosity nature. And then in the section also on the relative, then we go even into more detail of examination in a way to be able to skillfully relate with relative phenomena such as like perceiving an enemy, for instance.
So a follow-up, is there anything you can't bring on the path?
테러와
Lamdu cherma tupa che yorebe yangnat sangma lamla cheria ki koka yorebe sangma lamla cher tuki yorebe.
다디 디스칼레 가보라와 이따가서 디 만로그와 소미다 인디비주얼 람 참마 체토마 톱세
So, well, it is, in reality, it is quite difficult to bring many things onto the path. That doesn't mean they can't be. It really depends on the individual and the capacity of the individual. So, for, depending on the capacity that we are at, there are limits to what we're capable of bringing onto the path or not capable of bringing onto the path.
Being of lesser intelligence, I've always had a problem dealing with. I'm not real, nobody else is real. But I read in a book by Lama Yeshe, and he was talking about a very highly realized teacher. And he was explaining to his students, what's real is what not real. And he said, see this table? It's real, isn't it? I said, yeah, it's real. And this floor is real. I said, yes. And he said, this wall is real, right? And he walked through the wall, the Lama. And so the idea is that the level we're at now, with all our obscurations, we can't see that we're of the same essence.
레데다 모노라바나 이라와 땅아소디 야 또네 또비나 다 존라바나 이레스 냐마밀라레페 키트네 게헬라테 쪼바디아구요라와 하테네 디 직바당 레 직발라테 토시리다 토메리 랍데다 게헤케테 토시리라고라와 테또 밀라레 노노노노 디스 토메리 랍데 코츠페간 로구요라와 테네 코 남람 주고조네 남카테 카레랍데 토치리다 토메리라고라와 오타티 토메리라로 마리 토치리가 디토그리란데네 코 남기질도 밀라레바 도르지지 통지야 효토도 오타티 따지고 출바 핵나 차상 핵나 되는 대치 토고요 살아와.
So yeah, definitely, like, as you're saying, those, highly realized masters they're not bound by concepts of true existence in the same way, and so therefore they can, move through walls and, do all sorts of miraculous things because of that understanding of the true nature of emptiness. So, for instance, there's, many stories of Milarepa, and, in one of these where he's engaging in debate with a Geshe, and the Geshe is throwing all of these Dharma terms at him, and so then Milarepa responds and saying, so is are walls like the nature of are they and I don't know how we describe this, but or how we translate this kind of in the context of these technical terms, but tokche, is it what? Yeah, I mean, it's literally like, is it solid? Yeah, is it solid? And the Geshe says, yes, it's solid. And then Milarepa says, oh, no, it's not solid. And he moves through the wall. And then he says, is the sky or is space solid or is it not solid? And the Geshe says, it's not solid. And then Milarepa sits on space and says, oh, no, but it's solid. So he's displaying these the lack of his understanding of the lack of the true nature of all phenomena, like existence, of all phenomena, or his understanding of the true nature of all phenomena. So when you get to a very high level like this, then yes, it is as you say. Because those individuals have destroyed all delusion, they are no longer bound by ordinary concepts and delusion.
Okay, so that indu that nga so de la mongbo shuji lamna tente da indu ti indu da zo karsina nga so che hyo de dealing da nyong mongba ra wa da je tang nga so nyong mongba la tene nga so ta karsa gore domba som la kumare domba som la puyasa ta te karsena ji chiso sortawi ki domba nang chancho sem ke ta laba ta song nga je ke nyamne senari kanda domba tindi ta yosarwa tindi tine ta nga zo ji rimbaya torun tondo ne chiso sorte domba ina ji nyom bala tine kanze sagro kanze sina godo nyong do ya chi do la nyong bala ya bo mai ba nyong bala tene nyong do ya nyong ba pa ya tene ji yong do wa tene da tani changcho sembe ke la ba de la chi da nyong ba de la ji lam de chero ya tene ji yong go wa tene da sanga ro ina nyong ba chos chero ba se wa da chama la ma bu chi ina ya tene da tanda nga zu nyong ba se yang la bya ke jimsen karsena ji nya zu nyong ba hedang da wi na tene hedang ka pa ya ke tene ji thang bo hedang rak ba yu bi na hedang de chou chung ro da ya ro wa hedang de yak bo ma re zam ya tene da tanda ben changjo simbi ken di karsa ultimate scenario di nal samo tang wi na tang kyo wa na yere hedang da rang yi chob de me wa ro ta tendo ji songgo yesa des
But it's mostly, what we're really using this investigation for is in the practical issue of primarily dealing with our afflictive emotions. So we have, for instance, the 3 levels of vows. So there are the outer vows of individual liberation or pratimoksha. They're the inner bodhisattva vows. And there are the secret vows, the vows of, the Vajrayana vows or secret mantra vows. And these kind of go to higher and higher levels of working with the afflictive emotions based on capacity. So as one's capacity deepens, then it becomes a more and more subtle practice, and one is able to relate with the afflictive mind states to overcome them, in kind of more and more advanced ways. So first, for instance, we have to practice restraint and really do what we can. For instance, when an affliction such as anger arises, it requires saying to ourselves, okay, anger is not productive, it's not helpful, I need to diminish this emotion of anger. And so we're practicing restraint and trying to calm the anger. And then the more advanced way of working with anger is that of the, like for instance, in the context of the bodhisattva vows, to bring that anger onto the path and to transform it in a variety of skillful ways. And then in the context of secret mantra, it's by actually seeing that anger as a companion to practice, like using the anger as something as a very positive opportunity for practice. So then, and the reason, here, so for instance, if we have coarse anger, then we want to work on diminishing that anger and like with whatever method is effective. And here, from the perspective of like ultimate bodhicitta, then this practice is to examine anger in such a way that we see its lack of intrinsic existence.
대지 대가 나이 다타송 그래 다 타동이야 섬노다나 맞어 뇨모바랑 이 좁대와 코랑 머러와 자 마제베게 맞어 샘 코랑 단다 남도인데 샘 코랑랑 이 좁이야 말이스 샘 코랑 가와도 맞어다 견 차지 전부 나도 심주세요 샘추그로와 샘 코랑랑 이 좁대요 요 말이스 단다 디 가르세나 가서 디 뇨모바다 남도 넘버 똑바도 정말 temporary 고 텐디지다 고 지금 미신도 나와 텐디고 내가 지 종대와지 마도비 고 샘코랑 서로와 그 뇽캔 코나야랑 이 좁이요 말이스
So then it also goes a step further because, so we investigate the afflictive emotion in such a way that we see its lack of true nature or intrinsic nature. But not only is the afflictive emotion empty of true existence, the mind itself is empty of true existence. And so this is really, how we practice in the context of Mahamudra, for instance, that really sees directly the lack of true existence or intrinsic nature in the phenomena of the mind and also in the mind itself. So the phenomena of the mind being the thoughts and emotions that arise in the mind, those thoughts and emotions lack intrinsic nature. They're empty in essence. We can see this easily when we see that they're constantly changing, that they're just temporary, that something arises and dissolves and changes into something else, and there's no like constant experience in the content of the mind. So what appears in the mind, the thoughts and emotions, are empty of any real reality. And also the one who is feeling those things is empty of any real reality, empty of true existence.
다 딩올에 양로는 단다 라스트 스테이지도 자베책 되네 년보니 양랑 사토 정도와
So garela kongda.
년보니 양랑 사토
Nyimbo, antidote. So it says, then the third line here, let even the antidote be freed in its own place.
다디 칼라고요레 슬라비나 다 년보세야다 야와노레 다 가서 벤나 해당키 년보라 참바곰 서로와다 해당한테 두보인바 다 해당 말랑 치토라 되네 가서다 갈세고랬더니 참바곰이야 닝제곰이야 요러와 텐디지 요레스 얘네야 람야 라민도 참바세야 대양한테네 즉 샘게 남도안로지 차디거레스 알아? 디인데 대양한테네 딘진바데 해도 그래 손레테네 그 용모바 코랑게 지금 아질라서 봐 차도라서 보다 인데 고 매와 차바자 마지비게 단디 야본진비 양지 참바다닝제세야 대양고
So what is meant by it saying, let even the antidote be freed in its own place is, so when we're working with the afflictive emotions, we have the afflictive emotions that we want to subdue, and then we have the antidotes that are the positive qualities that we're using as the antidotes, like the antidote to anger is meditating on love. Or love and compassion, but then we kind of endow some real truthhood to the antidotes, like that those are real, that the qualities of love and compassion. And so those too are concepts created by the mind. And so then there can be kind of a fixation to the positive qualities. Of course, we are seeing the lack of true nature in the negative qualities of, anger, jealousy, pride, and so on. But those that we grasp as being, intrinsically positive qualities, the love, compassion, and so forth, are also empty concepts. So we even allow here, it says, the antidote to be freed in its own place.
다 담아들이 다 오고 이ങ്ങ나 하스.
So then it says, rest in the all ground, or the technical term here is the alaya, the essence.
어다 뒤인데 다 텔라다 단다 샘지 오고 코랑가나 다 하거레스 단기디 직변의 상보 참바다 닝게양 코랑랑 이 초바메와 지 차로와 텐디지인데 테네 다 뒤가나 테네 지 뇽몽베케 넘버 토파 테네 대가나 이거랑 샘이야 테는 짐바 샘 세야데 메와 어다 히코랑 로와 히데버리 비키 닝보 세야 뒤가나다
So this is referring to the essence of awareness that transcends all of the concepts or the phenomena that appears in the mind. So the content of the afflictive emotions and the thoughts are empty of inherent existence, and the mind itself is empty of inherent existence. And so that lack of inherent existence, the awareness that is the essence, is where we dwell, like within that neutral essence, that is what we refer to as the ground nature, or the Buddha nature, the Tathagata Garbha.
다 테레 다디 다다 간디지 요레스. 간디지 곰그레스.
So how do we meditate on that, or how do we need to meditate?
간디지 요레스 따라와. 뭐디 샘지랑 이세요.
So what is that? Like, what is this nature of mind? Like, what is it like?
다들 롱망보도 루톱지 강나 마도 지양마 샘싱
Shawari marebe.
아
Shawari is dampo marebe.
샤워르기마도 루톱도 알레 샤워르도
Ludo gingon na yorwa.
아
Chirang de togya ba de shawari rawa, but digi gangla
리리 다들 루톱도 로šan데 사리 저런 여러 봐
So there are these.
다티 로 다티 지기나 롱도 차고 요소리 가리아마도 지양면지 바 지제마지 바히 뉴마르효 마추바네 지미 랑인지 헤당 반데 샤와리 타메헤 바 랑루 뉴마라 주미미 바다 게 밀리데 랑인 타비 셈지 주메고 마존 마타랑 라니 랑가니 데 효사 테네 텔레비 menom mesam semhin megom mechi rangi yas tene narobi ke tawarang ke semla to semni jenya madoba youth maybe youth meeting yulende to de nam king woni jeta metibi ngalam mayin nebale lunga jechu lunga chu hin komtmi komtmi de yangsumi or is the Jemarbe, come to me, the young to me, 10 to me, and you to me. Can't get John and son to me, la me tinge to that. Jitsuji, Chaja Jembo, Gumdusu, Lunga Gager Matsanji, Metoi in you. What you mean on my hill. Ye Gumbo Bay, Jechu Maji, Lubarho, Tanu Maji, Ransaho. Ye la Maji, Memekho, Pomotobe, Tahi, na Mumado. 야탄칸도 유일인데 로예레나 도든죠 티나 마초랑 사효 직단좀지 공부 랑게 라렉 타미 헤바 마초바 타타랑와 치타란도 바타다르 차자 첨부 오버서바이 타이테 인사
양곰보? 양곰바? No?
단다고는 우리 인다 좀 칼레지 로 인다 공수도 배자요 말와티인데 다티날 차반로고나 그러나 스타 셈징 오세야 테니지고 라고 다티 가르나 가주 라마트 소로와
So there's this collection of quotes in the Mahamudra chapter of the Dharmakirti Shalung, which are describing this essence that itself lacks intrinsic existence. And so Ravan Rinpoche said, he just read through it, giving you kind of transmission, and so he asked me to slowly read through it in English. So first is a quote, and these are all, he said, So kind of take it in and reflect upon it, and then if there are questions, then we can address those questions too. He said, so these are all quotes about this, that come from all of these great masters, all of the kind of greatest realized masters in our lineage. So Nagarjuna, first of all, says, whatever it is, remain in non-conceptuality. Don't think about anything at all. Rest naturally in the self-nature that does not fabricate fabrication. Non-fabrication is the self-nature of the unborn. So that's one quote. And then the glorious Shawari said, in the natural state of one's ordinary mind, there is no contamination of a fabricated reference point. It is unnecessary to elaborate on the purity of the mind's intrinsic nature. Rest in that itself which is not grasped or released. Then Tilopa said, rest in the intrinsic nature of mind without thought, without meditation, and without examination. Then Naropa says, when looking, look at your own mind. The mind itself is non-existent in any way. Indescribable, it is beyond objects. Free of elaboration, it is the nature of space itself. Maitrippa says, abide without distraction in the state of non-fabrication, without the meditation of fabricated body or speech. And Marpa says, not in meditation, not in distraction, regarding this, not in recollection, without any speech, without any representation whatsoever, realize this through the kindness of the Lama. And Jetsamila says, at the time of meditation on Mahamudra, do not diligently practice virtue of body and speech, because this causes non-conceptual wisdom to dissipate. Instead, rest in the natural state of non-fabrication. And Gampopa says, rest naturally without fabricating or fabrication. Rest whatever way you can without seeking further. Settle without reference points created by the mind. And then Pagmodrupa says, if one examines and investigates, they are not real shapes, colors, and objects. When the intellect touches these, it is poison. That being the case, rest oneself in non-fabrication. And Jigten Sumgan says, the non-fabrication of the ordinary mind, one's awareness, this is called Mahamudra. Rest naturally settled in the present moment. Train in mindfulness of this alone. Kashik tes kimsa girdua.
Okay. Tati karsenada kungi senare kandada ngazo chagja shenbo sen semji rangi 우세와 세야다 텔라 라부요레스.
So these are all to describe what is being referred here in the root text, referred to here in the root text as alaya, or the all ground, or we could also say Mahamudra, or the true essence of awareness.
다디 나저다 톱지에 긴지우데 대차디요레 되는다 나저 템데르 세나리 되는다 조티 나나다 샘기 제주 마지 바라와 나저 상로 땅마고와 되네 숲다 소마고와 어티인데네 직 텔라 삼노 땅마고와 라마 이 코랑 칸 요와디 간테네 곰그와
And so this is really like the fruit of all our practice. And it also, it's just the completely natural essence that doesn't have to be improved upon in any way. It doesn't have to be made any clearer. It doesn't have to be diminished in any way. There's nothing that needs to be done. It doesn't have to be fixed. It doesn't have to be altered. It's just a matter of naturally settling into the essence of awareness itself. And that is the meditation.
다티 카리요레스 라이나 칸다리야 땅아주 줄리요레스.
And it is also clear that, or it is said that this is also exists within us. There's nowhere else to find it but within.
다 텔라 코지 카세나 좀 시데와 연nenden데바 지 카세고레 섭다 소고야 종방고야 연den로고야 카요 마레스 텐데 요레스.
And it is already completely perfected. There's no fault to clear away or to, to root out. There are no qualities to cultivate because all of the enlightened qualities are there, are present, are inherent within that empty essence.
이는 however 나서다 통구요 말이스.
But the problem is we can't see it.
다 가리요르세도 맞아 temporary obscuration.
And why can't we see it?
당지 조 지비제게다 나서 통통구요 말이스.
And why can't we see it? It's because of the presence of the temporary obscurations, because of the habit of the fabricated mind of self-grasping.
되니다 대통말 지발라다 나서 related 보디지다 세야다 디테일지다 나서 선인의 고명야 도공의 막 고명야요레스.
And so we have to start from, in order to counteract those obscurations that prevent us from seeing our true nature, we have to counteract them by training in the relative bodhicitta. And this is what gradually wears away at the obscurations that prevent us from recognizing our true nature. And this we'll get into also this evening.
어다티인도 단다 나서 휴가 나이다. 직 참마 칼세거래 루랑와 샘랑와 정로와 되네 텔루라 마초바 샘라 마초바 테니제케 되네 남도가 왕도 마존와 되네 지로되게 대응올라 되네 직 상보세야 공동야 매와 남도가 왕도 만로와다 테니제 공비나 단기라 나나기 대가랑 차디요레스 텔라마트솔라바나야.
But when then, if gradually one is able to recognize this intrinsic essence, then it's really a matter of just releasing into it. So letting the mind naturally settle, letting the body relax and naturally settle, letting the mind relax and naturally settle, without fabricating anything, without trying to do anything, but also not following the habit of proliferating discursive thought, not getting caught up in our concepts and thoughts and emotions, but really just sustaining the recognition of that very natural intrinsic essence of awareness, in the way that these different masters describe.
Okay, so then that thing more than also come to is.
So with that, then we can relax into the essence of our own awareness and meditate for 10 minutes or so.
어디 어당아서 지우드 템버와 통탐바 된데다 된데도 룩수여사리 지우디 변한가서 타보 타지안도 있는 윤들 핵님부 그 탐보 핵님부 된거와 된데 단단도 있다 그 통담 창조 선바세너리 당보 어떤 지우드 템버리스.
So what this is reliance upon the fruition, or attending to, or relying on the fruition, or showing the fruition. Actually, this word tempa we talked about with Kimbo, like that reliance is not actually the best translation of it. Sorry, I was just remembering that, but I can't remember what we decided was a good word. Or here, relying on or attending to, I think that's what we said, the ultimate bodhicitta first. So that is also follows the instruction, for instance, of the jewel ornament of liberation, where first it is pointed out, or one attends to, or there's kind of this acknowledgement or investigation of the ground being the Buddha nature, the Tathagata Garbha. So here it's the same, but it is first we're relying on or attending to the ultimate bodhicitta.
어다 디엔데네 다 디지엘에 터진다 가서 공다 양고 주야다 근데 이 톱을 치와라 다 가르치고 그래서 네 가지 요로 어죠. 근데 다 나오는 바 희는 가서 단다디 참반에 치는데 다 가서 장 간에서 장고 라고 그래서.
And so then this evening, then we shift to the relative bodhicitta. So we, the way we receive the instruction on the different methods for cultivating the relative bodhicitta, for relying on the relative bodhicitta, or training in the relative bodhicitta. So that's our job. Our job is to train in the relative bodhicitta and then eventually realize the ultimate bodhicitta. And so beginning with love, the cultivation of love, then we go step by step.
텐디지 강에 가서 공부하러 이내야 튕기 제라 되네 튕기 참솔라야 되네 지 나와다 담지 베주마다 말람다 지 랑게 되네 갈세 거다 지 마가와 만투와 간디지 요베나야 텔라야 되네 지 주마다 말람다 되네 양고 요레스.
And then the last line of this paragraph or verse here says, then between sessions, be a conjurer of illusions. So this is referring to, having meditated on the essence that is empty of intrinsic existence, and having meditated on the empty nature of all phenomena, that recognizing the lack of substantial nature, then in between sessions, when engaging with the world that is illusory in nature, practice seeing it or kind of playing with it in such a way that we, is also recognizing the illusory nature. That everything is dreamlike and illusory. And especially, he said, when we encounter those difficult things, like people we don't like, or challenging circumstances, to really practice seeing the illusory dreamlike nature in those situations.
Okay, so we can break here. Your dedication, or maybe before you have some questions, maybe one question you have.
I'd like to ask a question, though it might be a little hard to make it make sense, but I'm going to do my best.
Okay.
So when the mind is free from fabrication and resting in its own nature, how is that how does that compare to when the mind is resting on phenomena perceived by one of the senses? So, for example, if I hear the bell and the mind rests on the sound of the bell and is free from conceptual thinking, and there's no subject object at, at a gross level, there I don't know what might be happening at a more subtle level, but how does that relate? Or for example, if I'm seeing if the eyes are seeing form and there's no conceptual thinking or subject object, how do those experiences relate to what you're describing?
Rita, how was the Pijamana? That and that the Ketanga to the Labara pen, Dala Tembatang, make Tomalagore.
Re pena gayan sana te pena simgi ngo nang la nea de dang pena de
Tandati Tomal.
chabar gare.
Or that the indute, that was a jumpy gala, tendry race, Tandata, Kongato Hini, say on the other, Jana Mambo, your race, go send it near the Yina yang that Tandi go and the same Jungo Korangan loud beyond. So some beyond Chade Watela, go Chichu Mewa, Kanda Sujila, Demagoa, Pena, relying on Azotandati, Demagoa, subject object Kamewa, Demagoa, the Latin, Teres, Yinadati, could see Tomborova.
So yeah, essentially, you know, when we're using kind of awareness of what's happening at the sense doors, like hearing sounds or seeing sights, it kind of becomes like a form of meditation that has an object. So we're using the what's being perceived by the senses as the object of our meditation. So it's kind of like a form of shamatha. But then when we are abiding in the essence, that's beyond sort of subject-object duality.
Or Shamada too.
Or shamatha too. And it isn't, and we're not, there's no kind of, I heard a whisper reference point. That is true, that he did not say that. But there's nothing that we're resting upon. There's no single thing that the mind is going to other than just dropping back into resting in the true nature of the mind itself. But this is also a very advanced level and isn't necessarily easy.
That in the what is that? Do you know how much? So, more questions or comments? Hayden.
So when you're, it's hard to rest the mind without an object. Like even if you do it for a little bit, you feel your mind trying to make a hook to rest on. Should you try to examine the mind that creates the hook at that point? Like.
That page haku you study some good. That terwa ngaso te sungdo hine rabdun dembe langtong ke sungdo tendu hine rabdun demba tobar chibala tana kont huba ngone tene ngaso te ho guyores pena chachana hine ro wina hine denchen demi lungchen lungme tene ta tendi remba hine yang ron te sem den tene jik jeli yang ta jik dem gowa long gowa tendi ki ne toba tendi tobne tene ya sonde tene jik chamhu nyombe ke chu semgerwa jik thangbo temba ji tene loba ji oda to hine ki jong sam ba si rowa tene ta hine ki jong tatou de 가르스나 초구 당 친구니 rowa tene 친구니 la tene demba ji 초구니 la loba ji tene 가르스 베치나 지 송요 참로 뇽베 텐히에 추스이네 송도 테네 참로 뇽베 텐히에 테네 추스이네 대치용베 갑라 테네 다탄다 히네 랍든 덴바 세야 차고레 히네 랍든 덴바 상통 좀다 디게 그 히네 지구 마요 테네 상통 세야 탄다디 통고요서와
So
통보링 같다 지금 라관주야 보여서です
so it is said that perfected, or the perfection, or the end result kind of shamatha or calm abiding is vipassana or insight, or maybe we can just say also the Tibetan words. The perfection of shine becomes latong, and so we do kind of need to use, like as you described, the tendency to want a hook to rest the mind on until it becomes really, really stable. So, and there is a progression. So for instance, there are the categories of calm abiding with characteristics, without characteristics, and then with support, without support, and with the breath and without the breath. And so eventually, as we progress through all these different stages of stabilizing the mind through calm abiding, then eventually we don't have to rest the mind on an object once we really become proficient in resting the mind on an object. But once there, when it's objectless meditation, there's still the practice of tightening and loosening. And so, and this is also to counteract the states. There tend to be kind of one of two states in the mind, either agitation and discursiveness, or excitement kind of, or or the opposite, like sloth or torpor. And so then
drowsiness or something.
Or drowsiness. And so then with drowsiness, the function, or the what is employed is to kind of tighten slightly or clear, clarify the awareness, make it clearer, make it sharper, make it the focus stronger, and then to counteract the excitement or agitation or kind of proliferation, then the method that is employed is to calm the mind. So it's either or to loosen. So it's kind of this skillful employment of tightening and loosening.
오다 텐디 다 참만로나 텐데 아주 히네스야 차기로 살아와 히네 약보 히네랍던데 마스.
But to get to the point where we can meditate in this way, we really have to train in the shine or calm abiding until it's really stable.
텔라 가선 티조 참만로소나 네 히네 랍던데 말랍 그레스 퍼펙트
And then it really becomes flawless calm abiding or shamatha. It really like perfected shamatha is the end result of kind of this progressive development in meditative concentration. And then when calm abiding or shamatha is really perfected, then we can move into insight or vipassana.
Steve?
Okay, so you've been talking a lot about fabrication. And
Well, that was a translation that came up a lot in those verses, yeah.
okay, so all concepts are a kind of fabrication, are they not?
So,
Or not.
trupa. I will just say as a translator's note, so actually as we kept saying fabrication in the text, I was pretty sure that the word in Tibetan is trupa, which can also be translated as mental proliferation.
As
Mental proliferation.
proliferation. I keep coming back to one of the things you spoke about was the profound relaxation. And I feel that if I have a sense of my inherent Buddhahood, which you've spoken about before, but not today, I think, that if you relax into your own inherent Buddhahood, you can reach a very good state. But I guess my question is, how do you know if your own sense of your inherent Buddhahood is really that?
Gandre hako kayo re. Pena gayan sana nga so truwa yorwa. Dine o nga so dina.
Vedati theravade de daktari. Inta chuwa sango gurwa. Kegteri. Ni ne karisena da nga so ko karise gori san jinyu yo marwa. Nga so san jinyu yo marwa. San je yo marwa. Mare nga so san jinyu yo marwa. Temedi ta jasa jala thuk marwa.
Yeah.
Ina yang karisen tesong rwa. Devi ki tinginzi lip garwa automatically. Ti tinginzi ti ko obstacle te karisena nga so number tok patrawa. The when the number tok patchi ta dispede ina re kanda namdo te mena tine devi ki ngone devi tinginzi ti ko tsukudo sarwa.
So yeah, like we have, this is why we have to purify our delusion. Like there are all these other methods for purifying delusion. And, we can't say 100% because we haven't awakened. So we're obviously not seeing entirely, what that true Buddha nature. But when we release into kind of the essence of awareness with what is available to us, if then it is said that when this happens, that automatically the meditative absorption or the samadhi of bliss arises. So there's bliss automatically. And what creates an obstacle to that bliss arising is concepts. So it's when we're engaged with the conceptual mind that bliss can't arise. And when we're really, so a sign of resting into that nature is that bliss arises.
이네 다 좋은 용견디 베나차샤다 베쿠페 몰럼 프람 소바히 소비 다 대와 용견 코랑 그 용거리 티나야 다디 단다 ordinary beyond ordinary concept 인도 다 대와들이 지도 냠용들이 도서 랍토베 가보요레스.
And it is really a non-conceptual experience that's beyond ordinary descriptions, like it can't be described. So in fact, that experience is also often referred to as a mute tasting sugar. So a mute can taste sugar, but they're at a loss to explain what that is like. They can't, because they're mute. So there's it's like that. It's beyond kind of ordinary experience or concept, beyond description.
Okay.
So you're using the phrase essence of awareness, and I'm just curious what that's translating.
There's a lot of different words that that could be translated that way. So I don't know what he used in this case. But digingo, like ngo, he's been saying ngo a lot, which is literally essence. Simgi ngo, so essence of mind is maybe he's been saying. So maybe that's a more like exact to the term, like he hasn't been using the word rikpa or something, but I think that in this case it means awareness.
Okay, thank you.
What, did you have an idea about what it might be?
No, that's why I was asking.
Okay. Yeah.
Tekar semke
Nga the essence of awareness la kiyorwa tani chi se kare la kiyore ti buke la kare re la kiyorwa.
semjingo.
I think it's semgingo.
Or that hit jingbo.
He's also been saying Deshik a lot, which is Buddha nature.
Okay, so yeah, so we short vacation, so we stop here and then see you 7 o'clock.
Okay, page 24. By the virtues collected in the three times, by myself and all beings in samsara and nirvana, and by the innate root of virtue, may I and all beings quickly attain unsurpassed, perfect, complete, precious enlightenment. May the teachings of the great Trikumpa Ratna Shri, who is omniscient, Lord of the Dharma, Master of interdependence, continue and increase through study, practice, contemplation, and meditation until the end of samsara.
Okay, thank you. See you 7 o'clock.
can do it on your way home, and then on Saturday, you don't have to come back.
It was me, I'll take a picture of what I get, and let you know what it is.
Okay, sorry.
So,
Yeah, now I understand. That's fine.
I can understand some things I say.
Oh, yeah, no. Won't see you.
This was the first time I came for the other session.
Yeah.
Is
Nice
it
to meet you, Brett.
interesting, similar courses or?
Yeah, I mean, this is, I,
No, I'm going
Okay, good evening, everyone. So in your prayer book, turn to page 5 and we'll begin. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings.
And I get soy sonam and all I
May all mothers, sentient beings, boundless as the sky, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness which is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. May all mother sentient beings, boundless as the sky, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness which is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. And then to page 7. Whatever merit I've gathered through prostrations, offerings, confession, rejoicing, beseeching, and praying, for the sake of the enlightenment of all sentient beings, all this I dedicate. And then to page 16. Please turn the wheel of the Dharma of the two vehicles and their combination according to the dispositions and mental capacities of sentient beings.
제절부 절로 그저 제미 와서 도제 징그러도 마디시 쟁고 제다와 담제세 봐 그제 조제제 야민데 오렌제 그저 제 오미 조제 영제 보도도 등선제 근제 오니 아삼 조강 오선 동제베 자벨라메 샬라 그저 제 간다 조저 동계 제게나 되게 롱문을 주고 가서다 되들 동비 주제 저람베 세버런도와 담제데 이제 나무리알라에 기다도도 내제게 동다다미 기남네 도와 견제다게 제dom바 담제게 다게 주된도. Good evening. Tene da ngazo tangi da 동담 창조심 시야다 디고데 ngazo 휴심바레스.
So picking up where we left off this afternoon, we are now at so we had gone through the training in the ultimate bodhicitta.
다 디니다 단다디 ngazo 동래 님부 벨마르차 시야다 책디 차디오레스.
And so now in the text, we are on the line that says, train in the two, giving and taking alternately.
다 테레 당기 가서디 라비아티다 조 카르스레 슬라비나 다 동담 창조샘 레 테다 리브 티게차 이 요로와 다 테니제 토주 요레스 이내야 다 토버 쳐와라 다 가서 토비아 치들었다 양고고 요로와 창조샘 대양 되네 다 창조샘데 당보 양토야 미와에 대인도 되네 다 당보 참반네 송데 되네 양고고 요레스.
And so here, the practice here is that of giving and taking, or what we refer to in as Tonglin. And this is, so first, we have the introduction to the fruition. The fruition is what we went through first, which is the ultimate bodhicitta. But in order to obtain the fruition or experience the fruition, then we have to train in the cause. And so the cause is training in the relative bodhicitta. And that begins with cultivating love.
다 티인데 당가서 참바 곰도 다 제타 참바 곰 달라비아다 요레 이나양다 참바 컨디스 당보지 가서 빼지와 술 곰고도 술 참반도 쓰나 당가서 점블링디 세나레 지 될다 사모당 거로 무슨 참바치 술에도 쓰러와 다빼 대가나 이게 수익 참보치기도 쓰러와 다 딘리지네 되네 당가서지 강다 다 데려와 엑삼본으로 오지 와 고 제가 당가서 제고 이거랬어.
And so to cultivate love, then we have to use an example of, real love. And so we should think about, really in the world, who is, if we think about it, an example that someone that really exemplifies or embodies this really loving nature. Who is it who is like most gentle and most caring and most kind? So we have to find an example, and so we look for one.
다 뒤에 대가 나기 때문에 다 가서 참박금도 당보대 레라고 요 말와 테메도 가서다 갈선나고 practice 나리 강다 다 냠내 치기 요러와 다 냠내 치도 다 당보 레라고 찍는 가서 냠내 마지비나 깔리 가보지 지투고 말와 뒤에 다 레라 쇼지 그러와 참바지 원이 지 탈라 팀부 거랑 가서 참바 먹음 원에 커넥션 요 되와 지라
And likewise, first, so to cultivate love really it's not an easy feat. It really takes practice and it takes training. And so to begin with the cultivation of love, we have to find someone that it's really easy to feel, to practice with. That's our first step. So someone that we feel already a really strong connection with, and that we already have bountiful affection for, so that it's not such a stretch.
다티 인도 다 점블링 디 세나레 다 강다랑란 대와요와 섬노지 땅도 베제메나다 아말리 하사 요 말이스.
So typically speaking, at least in Tibetan culture, if you think about, I have to qualify that because it's definitely not that way necessarily in the West. If you think about who is the person, in the whole world that is the easiest to feel love towards, it's your mother. He said it's not just that way in Tibet. Because, in the West too, like how much, mothers really love and look after their children. So he says, whether we're talking West or we're talking East, the easiest person to have love for is your mother.
윤리 맹아 눈세야제 당아 요다다 대마예이나 개체효제라 되네 마르헤바 세야지 되네 티템바 세야지 되네 다 티디 틀래 티사와 세야지 되네 다 이도 용의 참바 세야다 티
Sumpa karere? So ma sheba dindimba.
티 소와스
Tinzoa.
케백
Dene?
되네 용의 참바스 다 티효라 참바진 다
Yungi chamba.
고사마리 다 하는데 다들 하고는 되거랬어.
So there are the ways, there, like when we think of kind of cause and result, and the ways, the instructions for cultivating love using the object of your mother, is first like, ma shepa sena simchin tamje ma shepa.
No.
Oh.
랑 아마 뭐 힘으로 아마.
Oh, so to just recognize, to just like bring your mother to mind. And then second, to really remember and reflect on her kindness. And then third, to have such a strong feeling like, oh my gosh, I am so indebted to my mother. She has shown me such tremendous kindness. I really have to repay that kindness.
되네 아마라 이 동의 참바지 요레스. 이용원지 참바.
이용와 참바.
참바.
간데.
딱 일을 잡고.
The sikhyang la yagi chidu dene ha go go gurwa.
이용선은 이 동용와. 저와 이 동용와.
Re.
들리기 참바 요레스.
And so this love is a really like a pleasant love.
I think so. 디니다 당보디 나도 아마 세야 되다. 뭐신 바라와. 뭐신 거 그랬어.
So first we bring our mother to mind, or recognize our mother.
아메메인 탱고 그랬어.
So we should remember our mother's name.
That looks easy, right? Actually, very yes. So sometimes very sad, So we lot of children, so age is maybe 4, 5, maybe 6, 7. So we escaped, somebody bring uncle or aunt or bring to India. So then India, because there's some people in monastery, some school. So then slowly they forget even the mom's name because too young. So come to the India from Tibet to India. So that's kind of really difficult, So very young age, there's no mom, So slowly just kind of too long separated, even though forget the mom's name. So that's kind of. That in Duta, of course, that I'm making a Marisina young, go up to Obajig Marwa.
But generally speaking, most people will there's no way they forget their mother's name.
That I don't know related or not. So that Tibetan district, I think this is a really problem. But so much hisona, take main the love marwa kaya, main song go
So
Tina ko book chung chung gang grandma, father, mother, and what in it? Main hako marwa.
Oh yeah. So
Marwa.
So we don't have this tradition in the West, but in Tibet there's a tradition, or it's considered to not be helpful to the person who's died to say their name. So once somebody's died, they really avoid saying the name of that person. So then in that case, what happens is like somebody who's like a child whose grandparents have died, they might not know their grandparents' name because of this practice of not saying their name.
That marhebas, that teen chambers, or that amadari, amala cardin gadiores, that not some bangores.
So first we remember our mother, and so it just involves like bringing our mother to mind, thinking about her, and then remembering her kindness, all the ways that she showed you kindness.
That into Benacha Havina, da ama ke tambo pu kope nana, Buyo hako groa. Roa Buyo hakone, sondetine, da amala kale yoritina ya, ameke, da bugtele yaboyon shows on etine, Jikala Karsa Buyoa. Karsago mewa, or that Tindrigitine, that I make it say what a pay, Lemne, Tene, that book till Chaman Chiviore, mother that book tick Tonda Latine, Galeja Viores.
So if you think about like very often, like when a mother is pregnant, and she knows she's pregnant, and she's really careful to care for her child. So she makes sure to be careful about like what food she eats, and she really takes great caution in like protecting her child with a mind of love, even when the child is still in her womb.
대가나이다 보라 텐디 체기래 되네 보야 차비기 까블라 되네 다 보디 배 제와르 치네 되네 아마라 되네 다 개원몽부 도비야 추몽부 체야 배나 타나양 되네 차 몸체야 되네 체기래 좀 생각하리세나 다 부기 치들라다 지부 여러 부코랑 고배나 요베 까블라 되네 부기 치반다고 되네 배다가 섬노 땅지 되네 디기 치들라 되네 추개와 도비야 양고사 파트기 차세야 tene jik ta bukti ki chi to la jik yabu yunga ki chi to la tene molam jaya lamanjeya gombanjeya ne korea la so pata mambo tene chi yores.
And in Tibet, as most people, are Dharma practitioners, often when a woman finds out that she's pregnant, she really exerts herself in the practice of Dharma. Like she practices more Dharma. She does a lot of prostrations. And the prostrations, this is to benefit her child. She's thinking that if she really practices the Dharma, that this will be beneficial to her child. So especially, if somebody is with child, they really tend to focus on their spiritual practice with the focus being on the well-being and benefit of the child, like doing circumambulations, reciting lots of prayers for the child, doing lots of mantra recitation, and so forth.
Oda tinde kale jab tine bukje ta bukje we kaula charang ha ko re tine amala kasi kale khage yore ngato peji yore tine amma bukje we kaula amma khasis nyang yore slavina ta 식송 제메라가 세래.
그래?
아마도 식송 제메라가는 그랬어. 오케이, 다시 갈라고 그랬으나 아마디.
Something about a flea? Even a flea? No, okay. Sorry.
아마디 식송 제메라가세나 골라지 요로와 라가세나 데이터 터 에지. 파로기 손로기 에지는 하고야 말와 벤 도어스텝 로 매직 도어스텝 강바지 파ጆ로요 강바지 소조요나 템베도 나란 저기 칠란도기 고속 말와 어때나기 아마디 북지베 갈라 칸디요레 제치나 히그레 제치나 송그레 있어야 더 비트윈 갈레요레 라고
Oh, Gainson. Okay, yeah.
북지베 갈라
So then, then second of all, we can think about how much our mother went through when she gave birth to us, because the birth process is incredibly difficult. And in fact, especially, in times before, was really uncertain whether a mother would even make it through childbirth. And there was a very high chance of death. And so there was even a saying in Tibet that a mother who is about to give birth is really like, you don't know which side of the mountain pass she's on, or you don't, kind of like, he gave this example of like, one foot is, like if there's a step and a threshold, like one foot is outside and one foot is inside, meaning she's really like on the threshold of death. It's uncertain. Either she'll live or she'll die, but it's really like a 50-50 chance.
다 든디지 지들이나 가서 하고 그래. 다 아마게 가르스나 든디 아마라 소요래 나기요래 이나양 다지 북지베 갈라 람상 거런 빼듯이 누판도 똠로라 되네 북을 메다야다 되네 북을 라관창야 되네 지요라 인다 단단도 이나 디스 노초발라 양 맹강도 치 디스 레로요래 이나양다 푸도 이메나 냠만도나 든디 요마와 이나 람상 아마 거란 라관창 되네 북티 아냐토야 기타기 지요레스
And so then once the mother gives birth, which is a very painful process in itself, then, there's all, like with a, little, like she's completely drained of her strength, but all she can do is marvel over like the beauty of her newborn baby. She's can't stop looking at the child. She wants to hold the child. The moment, maybe it's a little different, here in the West or like in hospitals, but at least in the past and in Tibet, then it really is like the moment that the child is born, the child is just there with the mother from like that moment on.
오다 티누 데레 다 티누다 틴데케 아메리카 칼레자기 요레 소메 대나기 기타 다 아메리키 티 탱고고요와 다 틴틴야라 베나차샤 테소네 가서 제베 깝라 손래 다 제베 네 깝라 제차비 제라 가서 부 강 치투 말에 손에 가서 강 치투고요 말에스 데데 송도와 되네 고 희송래 랍나 디스 근육자야 요레스 히리 로레 랍나 이나 로 말이 랍나 펑션 강 요 말에스 거랑
And so then when we think about how much difficulty our mother went through to carry us through to the moment of birth and the pregnancy, and then to give birth to us, also extremely difficult. And then she, from the time that a baby is born, like they can't really function on their own. They can't do anything. It's almost like they're a corpse, like they can't function, but they're alive. And so somebody has to keep them alive, and the one who keeps them alive is the mother.
Oda tendi chineta kale jabiore. Tendi ta mam ke kale jaya tendi osam tangmina ta karsena ta pen 24-hour ndorwa. Three jabiores. Tendi ngason do jeta magic le pesha khasi TV na 24-hour legally say this kabocha diorwa.
And it takes 24 hours, a 24-hour attention. To care for a newborn baby is a full-time job and more. So 24 hours a day, your mother was looking after you without, any interruption really. So if you think about it, if we were to even pay somebody a lot of money, they would have a hard time putting that kind of attention 24 hours a day, even if you paid them. But a mother does it, out of the love for her child.
Right. So also this no matter pesha khasi TV na 24 hours lega leg marwa.
So no matter who we if we were
24 hours.
If we were to pay somebody
and 7 days a week,
if we were to try to pay someone 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, no matter what we paid someone, no one would work that much.
Right? Or that thing, Tindijeke, that thing, Carsena, that tilla zewa yorwa, Bendo Chashavina, not so boogie, Tinin, Sela, Nguyona. Amaya ni kaya ko maybe na tene ta ameke tadung sam gro chi ngani ko ma song sam moran sam no yo marwa o ta buk tungo gido chechi na nagi yo sare chechi na khande ina ko debo yo samari sam tadung simtre buk lo yorwa ma to ama moran o ta ngada ko se ni ko ma song tindi ki simtre tsam yong men do wa otherwise me himaji ki disturbing ni makona tene sani police ki dangrwa
So, and how much love a mother has for her child, that even the baby might be screaming and crying all night, and the mother doesn't get any sleep, but she's so concerned for her baby, just wants to comfort her child so that it doesn't cry. She's only worried, only concerned about the child. Even, the next day, if she says, oh, I didn't get any sleep last night, still, there's no question that, the priority is that of her child, not that she didn't get sleep. And this is really, if you think about, if somebody else were to disturb your sleep all night, you would probably call the police. You wouldn't just accept it,
Oda tindi tindi ki ta ngaso tsewa seya tela ta tanda chambarawa chamba chamba seya te koda chikarse gore tsirwa chamba sti jignajik mare sirwa chamba tela ko tsin to me pe ko 100 different degree no yore sirwa.
And so, garai tsewa dang jamba gi
mari
chabar
tsewa
lagi.
chamba lagme ta
Yeah.
chamba jikbola chamba seya jidwa nga so chamba ta chamba tsewa jikparwa chamba tsewa tela nga so chamba jik sidi ko jigrang ji imba ro mares chamba tela ko top chejung ramba pe mombo yores tindi pe na cha khana nga so ta ame ki chamba ti ta jaja top but the jata moroji then chabiores jata chamba yonge yorama sama chamba this yores
So there are these two words that
Chamba
kind of
tsewa.
mean the same thing in Tibetan. One is tsewa and one is jamba. And they're usually both translated as love. Sometimes tsewa is translated as loving kindness. But in any case, this love, there are like hundreds of kind of different degrees of it and types. But like of the different sort of intensities of love, a mother's love is considered to be like the most intense, like 100% pure love.
that himi jumsenji dana srawa kariore slavina tene ta penacha hyavina pugjik mena la ta timajina ya chuna samde ta pena chuna la pugjik rang pug chuna sa yona amatela khanda morang ke ji jeja higiyona re mena re chuteng dong kasi yore dangerous kasi yore tindi hesitation khan yo marwa ku jiom chichi tene ko buktala tene ta job top yak tene tabi chigres ta mo shimba na wina khona sam tangro thangbone ya ko kandisto nge job top sare mari samno tangre ma to be kitene yung marwa otine ta amme ke pu ki chi dola tene ta lu thang so thang tene ju panjora thang tega na yi ke ta 태송래 미게와 마보체야 로와 부키치들 중라 거야 부치들 꼬마자 거야 다 틀리배 뭐치 그랬어
Sorry, sneeze left. So the reason for this is that, like, so we can see, like, if a mother's baby falls in the water, then a mother she won't even think twice about jumping in to save her child, whether she knows how to swim, whether she doesn't know how to swim, whether it's dangerous, like without even thinking about whether she can save her child, she will just plunge into the water after her child to save it. Whereas like another person, they might hesitate, like, okay, wait, am I in danger if I jump into the water? Like, can I swim? Can I actually save the child? Like, they might have more of a thought about it. But a mother doesn't think twice. She just reacts to save her child. And a mother, in other words, a mother will do anything for her child. She will spend all her money. She will, put the child first over her own needs. She'll do non-virtue for the sake of her child. If she has to lie, she'll lie. If she has to steal, she'll steal. She will really do anything for her child.
tindiji indeda tindiji ke tsewa chembodi ta amala yores ame ki tsewa di ta ti indu ta ngazo di ta samre ta tin temba zungde tin de ta chikti sie gore ta ngazo magomna ama de tsewa chembodi yowa de hera ngo chug mares tindi ama tsewa chembo imbaji tene ngazo ta gomgo yores.
And so, if we really think about it in this way, if we really reflect, if we ponder, if we consider, then we really will see and understand the reasons why the greatest love is the love of a mother for her child, and therefore we can really appreciate the love of our own mother and think about, really understand, really see her great kindness. If we don't really think about it, if we don't meditate on this, then we won't necessarily understand. We won't necessarily know.
어디 있는 주도 지나다 다동 양고 학벌도 experience 고 아마도졸라 요래스라와 되는데네 무슨 냠용도 요래 저다도 정도 아마 세야디 즉 차차베 휴라 즉고 can't 요와 되네 courage 요와 칼레자 토바 되네 요래 송도와 좀 생각할세나 고 꼭들 빼째와지 부강라 까녀자 tindichi tini jik heng tang jik potang mandawa tindiki tini amacha ni do tindi yores labudwa tada tene yujrisam gudorwa.
And so, like we really, since we did nyamnyong gare. Oh, okay. So those of you who are mothers, then you know firsthand, because you have direct experience. You know what it's like to give birth. You know how much you love your children. And so it is really, the courage that a mother has, is tremendous, and how much sacrifice, how much hardship a mother endures for the sake of her children, all because the love for one's child is so intense, and your own children are so precious to you, much more so than any other child. So like, a mother, no one loves someone like your mother loves you.
어디 느 야 다 참에게 드니 다 아마들라 다 그때까지 생기 하고 요레스 tinda ngachondo ina ta amata ringbo chi yore ina ta ngarando ta ngajibu mare ngata ngando mangborwa tindu ta phola rogo samgu yore ta phola jingdogo sambata zambaling di nane ta jagan le yoro nga jagan le gyuringbo di tene yore tene ta phola roya de jik ta cha chembo shuji pe ta korambe tene do jik churgudo wa kharsan pe churbade다 지 코라베 힘감자오지 힘이 손로지 딱 지금 도고 같은 탱기 요라 이나야다디 태야디 탱기 요래 이나야 다디 야보 섬어당디 지 배는 가랑다고 아마 통성라로 테네 휴지기 다 단기 기 부게 짜chen 보세요 로도야 그 노반로 민도와 보다 딘디기 지고 다 짜chen 보노 지래도와 다 딘디네 다 보나 렘나레 말렘나레 삼번로지 좀는 크루기도 뭐다 드린다고 요랬어.
So Ravana Rinpoche says, in his own case, and he's not the only one, especially among Tibetans who escape from their country, and then were in India, and Tibet became a place that was far away for them, and of course difficult to get to, it may be impossible to return to, and there's this thought of oh, if only I could return to Tibet, this feeling it's so amazing in Tibet. It's like a pure realm. If we could just return there, if I could just go once and see my mother. So that feeling for him really changed after his mother died. So his mother is no longer alive, and so he doesn't feel that so much anymore. But when she was alive, it was such a strong pull to return home, and that is the case for many who've left their homeland. And so, but in any case, it does require training. We have to actively like remember the kindness of our mother and reflect and contemplate. Otherwise, we won't really feel it.
Tindati Katsanding the Dongji Tonsrua story. Tangonera. Tine Pecheta Zapa Tuina Tacomas. Kanda Yantine Takoranke Meji Sambaji Yoris. Sambaji Latine Takoranke Gegen Yoro Gegen. Take again Yimajita Gegen Latine Korankita. Nal Shola, Tene Kala, not a trauma mark labdo.
Karel?
Trauma mark. The trauma mark Tine, so numbers. In a Koranki Marte carry or labdico Marte chung the Kozo.
Bet you young child drink him in the and yeah, drink him in the
In Dangaso Jitan, Gaso de Benangaso Payuno in the Mardo Chimbo or Nimagic Mardo in that. Pond Juranganda or Nishino Yorova. Dodoji Yoris. In a Korank and Martin Mandava Yoris. Be Marti Chung Pizza Shadow. Patch no shadow. Patch no Chung Yoris.
You want me to say up to this point?
Yeah.
So there's a story. He's not sure if it's maybe Zapatro Rinpoche, but in any case, there was a retreatant, and the retreatant invited one time his teacher to visit him, and normally, so
the student invite the teacher.
Yeah, the student invited the teacher. The retreatant invited his teacher, and he made droma marku, which is like they're these tiny little. We call them baby sweet potatoes, and they're really sweet, very tasty. And then with melted butter. So you make them with melted butter, and it's this very special treat in Tibet. And normally the butter that like somebody might have in Tibet is like
teacher saw his butter, right? Teacher.
The teacher, when he came, he saw his butter and he was like, "Huh, that's curious," because normally the butter is like 15 pounds or 20 pounds, like a big hunk of butter. But this person, this retreatant, had like little patches of butter, like a little patch here, a little, like they were, instead of being a big chunk of butter, it was like these little patches of butter.
What did? Tineta. Tichu ti Marta Kansas to ti Marta Karis that love your.
And so the teacher said, "Weird, what's up with your butter? You have the why do you have just this kind of why is your butter like this?"
Tinti Koran Keta Kala Yurilana Amala. Amal taking my toyo maris. Beji. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tea in Duta taking mar, Nimajilata marching, you must your marwa. Bernard luck, whatever 10 ounce or whatever. Tea marty, that's that your work. Mamma Mazache.
Ama mazawa.
오 모랑 사기도 말와. 모랑 마사와치 되는 삼바들 꼴기 열어봐. 되는 거랑 되는 라브레스 아마라 말 드직 마토 요 말레스. 되는 아메크 마르자다 페치르와 니마지 그 말 충충지 요래. 와 드직자 되는 니마지 그 말 충충지 요래 대사게 요레스.
공탕을 타타 고금은도 데 드치 마토 요 말에 드니 양데 배샤 양요 말에 드나.
No, the pesha yo mari ke chamarwa. Drijik ma to amina marmang bo yo marwa. So this is
Oh, dri.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all. Okay.
you understand now?
Like, I thought knife, yeah. So the mother, so he said, oh, my mother just has one D, which is like a female yak. And so she can only make like one, like it comes in little, like a little bit at a time, you know, like 10 ounces of butter.
A day.
A day. And so she sends every time she has
They
butter.
collected to this butter. So actually he not eat herself. So there's whatever he get. So these days, like maybe this little bit, I think different here. So we not worry about not butter here, right? So this, but in the Tibet, butter is precious too, you know, so not like they cannot buy in the market. So this mother, maybe small butter, he just, every day how much he get. So then he collected, you know, butter, you know, so this, every day, I don't know, maybe like 10 ounce, whatever, and then put together, then sent to his retreatant, his son.
To her son, who was the retreatant.
Then that lama ite lama khora mik chor yorwa lama khora this ina yang ta chora ama da thok songes la yorwa ama thok songes
And so then
ama
this,
kadu thok songs ama la te visit ama la thugan do imbes la yorwa.
and so then this brought his lama to tears, and he said, well, have you seen your mother? How long has it been since you've seen your mother?
Then somebody go ta nga ta chamdar te ke chembon ro chi na ta ngarang ke chamte lo to gumen dos nga cham then ta ama pe de lo zoms then lo pa che lo ngai sa jik ma thok ma songs la yorwa.
And the student said, well, my priority right now is retreat, and so I haven't seen my mother. I've been focusing on retreat. I've been in retreat for 5 years, so I haven't seen her for 5 years.
Then oh yeah ta re ta chona re ta da cham ta chona nyama dunji then ama ka di khandre res ama la thi chembo khandre res then chona
So then the Lama said to him, why don't you spend 7 days reflecting on the kindness of your mother in, you know, meditating on her kindness?
Ta gom yorwa te gombe kabla ta ama tend pe ta nyama che gombe kabla te ne ko pe ta nguni te ta ama tend ta ne pe then you tell la metan ro yorwa o ta ngati gomja thug me dos be me si ta ama tend ta ta kharchi gas la de o ta 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 res ta chu ha khu gu do was ta chu ama to ga jog la yorwa.
And so he did as his Lama instructed, and he just was, you know, his heart burst open, and he was just like crying and missing his mother. And then he went to his Lama and he said, I can't meditate, I have to go see my mother. I'm so...
Only 1 day do la imbe.
Oh, it was only 1 day of meditating in this way, that then he was so overwhelmed with, love for his mother, that then he said, I can't meditate. I have to go see my mother. And the Lama was like, exactly, perfect.
我的第一当我做的阿妈的听清不的，搞的清不的，是吧？伊那样过参了的，变得他离过参巴的什么当面的，可能 particular 的参这个有的的，伊那样，过去阿美国的马甸呐，天天阿美国的看的伊嘛，第一是过进入个啥哇？
And so there is, of course, when we reflect like this, we really see how incredibly kind our mother has been. But sometimes, for like someone who's really focused on meditation, focused on retreat, they can kind of forget maybe forget the kindness of their mother if they don't.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that thing you marwa thing ko tham
Because he's staying in retreat and then he's not thinking about it, he's focusing on practice.
Oh, that the new tang zo thangbo de da ningje hyama zo le ningje ngone thane ningje jebu go ro wa. Oh, da ningje thangbo je de ama la jebu go le da ama je to ba je go ro wa. Oh, da de kechen bo des.
But then in that case, then it be the ningje the kangsuk ne che go gare lau kyu be.
Oh, da nga zo ningje gom go ro wa.
Dambo jamba the ningje.
Ma ro ningje ma da chamba
Jamba,
ju ma che wa da gom go le so. No.
And so this shows the importance, the need to actively reflect on the kindness of our mother so that it really brings a feeling of deep love. So we have to actively cultivate that. It requires conscientious effort.
Oda tindu ta nga zo de this gomya yins ka na juice lo je tindu ta zo kar sena ama magom na particular yang west nga zo de wina ta ama ni bo ya lo chenbo cha ne ya ama nga ni bo ama nyamdo tumbo mewa tindi yungu yores ti yungya de kar sena ta ya chenbo cha ne jenji yujire jenji yo wala de ne tumbo cha go marwa yin ta nga zo namba ina Buddhism ina tene ta chi gor tsewa ten gor ama rawa tene investigating ra ame khandi chi do nge amala khandi chi do ame nga khari chi do samta tini bo kora be su ta ko be su ki tsewa chen do su ki kali jam do wata tene je tene gomgo yores
The amamena su karenji.
no
Or amarang.
amarang la nga thang amani do wa tene samutang go gres ame ke nga le tseba mo chi do wa rokwa khasi chi do nge amala rokwa khasi chi do
Su tseba chegere. Yeah.
oh
yeah.
tene
Okay,
ta
that
amadi terwa karsena tanda ta 참상 같은 거 줘봐라 되네 아메 야보치 마서 안에 두부치 손 랍그러와 인티 이미 하고 말와
So if we don't meditate on the kindness of our mother and repaying the kindness of our mother, it can be that we become kind of indifferent. And in fact, and some people, especially in the West, he sees that, as people get older, sometimes they become alienated from their family, from their mother, and they sometimes maybe there's real conflict there, there's not harmony, but as a Buddhist practitioner, it's really important to heal that relationship and to have love for our mother. And we can actively do this no matter what our situation or upbringing was, no matter how difficult the relationship might be. And we can think, when we think about the relationship and our part and then our mother's, who between the two of us has shown more love. And I think what he's getting at is it's pretty inevitably the mother. And so we need to meditate on that. We have to reflect upon it and cultivate that love again and again. We have to return to it again and again until we really feel a deep sense of love and appreciation for our mother and the kindness of our mother. Ama yonare menare. Oh, okay. They love that. Yeah. So in any case, so now we can meditate also, whether, and it doesn't matter, if our mother is living or if she's passed away, we can meditate on the kindness of our mother in this way, and we can spend 10 minutes now meditating like this.
Tenda America da ngaso yang gom gro yang gom go re. Tinita Tambodi amakadi chembori zambike tsorwa nyengi tene labachi go yores.
So this is something we have to return to again and again. And what should happen first is we should really have like a burst of feeling in really deeply understanding the kindness of our mother.
Then tijil danga to dila tangi tishuimba karsate tinsowa zonda tinsowa zonda amekadi te tindire jibosamna pengi yomarwa ameke leka tindi kadi chimbu chiyore hina ngarang ngone telekoda tinsapsina payback te chigu yores.
But not just that. So we should recognize the kindness of our mother, but then we also should really feel a profound kind of urgency to return our mother's kindness. So just reflecting on the kindness or understanding the kindness of our mother alone is not enough. It has to be then followed by this impulse to or determination to return that kindness.
Something that Pama Tronson being at a Zungo, Pama Tronsona Pameki Chutula, and got to Molam Jaya, Tineke Pena, Santa Theorwa, what been a special Kaganor, do Carsena, what's a big combando window we were Yamena, Te Lama Tawanda, what in it, what's up we are, what is all Molam Jagarwa. That Handania Kaduchina Mixi Kadichumbina, Pama, so Ama, Tinania Pama to 10, Tigichi, and Chobapuya, Tigichi to Molam Dana, Ranki Carson, Payback to Burilla, Tin Amala Pengres only, Amati Bena Kawayona Pengres only. Pamati Bena Sanji Yuna Moran Rodon Tilly Yaga Yore, did that Sanji maybe that Dori Kawaji on it, Pantogua.
And so, if our mother has died, then this can take the form of, really making strong aspiration prayers for her well-being and benefit. And, so like on special occasions, for instance, what is done traditionally is one goes to the monastery, makes offerings to the lamas, the monks, asks them for their aspiration prayers in the name of one's mother. And parents in general, actually one's parents, and in particular one's mother, and does dedication, lights butter lamps and so forth. And so it is really thought that no matter where one's mother might be, in any of the 6 realms of sentient beings, or even if she has attained Buddhahood, that those prayers will benefit one's mother. And this Sanji topa yang lao be.
O Moran Sanji Yuna, this Sanji Koranki could take us a Simjan Tonchi Almipachi.
And even if she's enlightened, if she's attained enlightenment, that those prayers will help her to benefit beings. They'll assist your mother's enlightened activities to benefit others.
Or that the mother life hina, Tineta Khan, Ropachiati, Kitchemburis.
And if your mother is still alive, then it's really important to care for her and look after her and help her as much as you can.
That the that the Tigana Yidanga, Ninja Lagurwa, Ninja say, Rangon and some Tangre, oh, I make Ngala Yapo Chigri, Tinita, and I'm a Kanye Yona, Yamala Ninja, Amala Zewa, Anna Chambavina, Angaramo Dujare, somebody.
Garila? Gari dukja?
Harana Dujara, what?
Gande de.
Amala Rokamagina?
Yeah.
Some Google is that. Telling us all this town, or Taropachito Samarino, some Google. Some look big for Mambotan, was developed that this love, compassion. Some Mambotan, something like that directly, or Amati Chito Samari, some around some not not cutting the Chito Guamara. I mean, not so much cheaply. I don't imagine it being more toward this. No Yabomaris.
And so we should really, really cultivate our compassion, love and compassion in such a way, directed towards our mother that we really feel a sense of responsibility to help her. And if we think, if we're sort of like, oh yeah, but it's too difficult, or I can't really help her, then we should feel ashamed. Like we should actually be like, I'm a really bad child because, look at what she has done for me, and it is my responsibility, it's my duty to serve her, to help her, especially in her old age and when she's in need. And so then we should really, if we have that impulse to sort of avoid it or not do, really fulfill our responsibility to our mother or our parents, then we should ask ourselves why, and really like get to the point where we feel if we don't help our mother, then this is really shameful. Like that it's something we could actually, that we should feel kind of ashamed of. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so do you have some questions or comments?
Thank you, Rinpoche, for these teachings. My question is, I've been thinking about this. Is this attachment to my mother? Is this something, like how does this attachment function when, as a practicing Buddhist, I'm supposed to not be attached? When I'm very attached to my mother and my children. Like, am I going to be reborn in a ghost realm because of my attachment?
Mm-hmm.
That was not a yes.
Tati tanga zu dine rimbaking tongres tini dine re ta mom te attachments na the mom robochi ati ta ko karsena pems ya boris.
No, well, it of course it's mixed with attachment, but this kind of attachment to your mother, and when it then goes into wanting to help her, if it's directed in that way, wanting to benefit her, wanting to help her, it's positive. It's supportive to your Dharma practice.
The the next step, ta amane ji ta shimba boya yoris, amane relative family ne tine sentient being chinta tine tine chin. Natso kiti tsewata ama jibu maimba tine.
So this is the first step in the meditation, right? So then what should eventually happen is this very powerful love that we have for our mother is then expanded, and it's expanded to encompass all beings. Oh, relative shimba lagarela. Relative.
That number relative chiguro.
Yeah. So first we use the affection and love that we feel for our parents, for our relatives, for our loved ones, and then that becomes the basis for making it really expansive.
In that zewa see at the hitiko yaboji cha yorwa. Teacher you did that going as a jig Karchina chia lela with yoris. Extended chiala.
But to have the emotion first there of the love that we kind of get in touch with through someone like our mother, that it's easy to feel that love for. Then once we've given rise to that love, if the love is there, it becomes easy to expand it.
Questions?
They're afraid of their mother.
I think there's one. Brittany wants to ask.
I'm always afraid to ask questions in here.
Well, whatever we. We're really grateful for your questions.
Okay, so this is kind of like a big question, I guess, that I have. Or kind of like the ultimate question, I guess, for me, with Buddhism and the universe. So, if everything is temporary and ultimately fundamentally empty, including I get so nervous. Okay, so including suffering, including afflictive emotions, including suffering, and the causes of suffering are temporary, they're illusory. Why are we working so hard as Buddhists to liberate ourselves from suffering and spending lifetimes studying and contemplating and practicing the Dharma to free ourselves from suffering? And isn't it kind of the balance or the natural dance of the universe to have positive and negative, or samsara and nirvana kind of forces at play? And if that's the case, are we as Dharma practitioners kind of like warriors for nirvana? And are there like kind of warriors on the other side for samsara? And is this just like a balance? Or because in the prayers we talk about ending samsara, but is this like possible, and is it necessary, and is it balanced to do that? Because like with the universe, everything has to be balanced, like positive and negative, yin and yang, just to bring like Chinese, but in many philosophies that you need both. And so are we kind of like kidding ourselves, I guess? Or are we, are we like, what is the end goal? And I'm good with, compassion and living compassionately. Like, I'll be on the side of compassion regardless of the answer to that, at least in this lifetime. But yeah, I guess that's kind of like my ultimate question that I keep coming back to. And I'm new to everything, and I have a lot of little questions that I'm still kind of investigating, but that's like kind of the biggest thing that I've come back to is like, are we ending samsara eventually?
Is it possible? Is that kind of like?
Yeah, and is it necessary, or is it realistic to everybody just be in nirvana and there's no more, there's nothing to balance that out, or like, is that the goal? And then are we like grasping, or do we have a desire for that?
I'm just asking if he got it or if he needs clarification. That was a very rich question. There was a lot there. It was a very good question.
Yeah, that's a good question, really. So, ultimately, Chonolabanagiri, Telayam, Chutamchike, Nelo, Rangi, Telekochi, Sodoya, Roda, and John Roya, Hayo Maris, Korangiris.
So actually, in your question, there is an indication of some real understanding there, because it is correct that ultimately there's nothing to do, there's nothing to change, that it's just the true nature of reality is already perfect.
However, the nature ranging the matone, so that Lamga no true de respect.
But the thing is that we don't see that perfected nature because of the presence of delusion. And so what we're not working to change reality, we're working to purify our own mind so that we see that we see how things truly are.
As long as Natsun Truba, the Nyomba Sayadi, Truba Imbadi, in a corner, you told them, Mare, Rawa. Yinia temporary can Truba take Tangazoji Nyomba, Tini, Jingore. As long as Nyomba you with Hula, Tinangazota, Ganyaji Tingu. They are ultimately truth, Mari, Yinayang, Ganyaji Tingu. Yina yatati, not on Yamlan Chiate, Kachambo Carriosena, Tangaton 3 day yacht, Rawa. 3 day yacht, Sayak Takichi Gorowa. The in the Tangaso de coordinate, Rawa, Rangi, Nilo Gantene, left the Gorowa.
And as long as, and yes, an expression of our delusion, our confusion is are the afflictive emotions, the afflicted mind states. So and they actually don't truly exist, as was said before, that they're empty of substantial nature. And so, but as long as we experience them as afflicted mind states, then they will give us difficulty, they'll give us suffering. But they are not actually the ultimate truth, the ultimate nature. When we, and so what we're as we're practicing, we're clearing away the mind of delusion so that we can see what is actually the true nature. But ultimately, once we see the true nature, we realize that there's nothing to change.
Re, that Korba Kona Ransantia, your Maris, Korba Tandarama. Not when Yamlen Magina, Konyaji Rangiri say I Sandra, your Maris.
Wait, Garela Conta.
Korba de Natun Yamlen Magina, that Kona circle no jig, Roa. Johan Roya, no, the Sanjin Roya, your Maris.
Yeah. So if we don't practice, then our confusion will just be confusion. And then, like, it can't purify on itself. It can't be cleared away on its own.
This era, Buddha Sanji Jumdendi. Sanji Jumdendi ki ta nekap kan truwa te sanyak chitola ta nyamlen chine. Tarto ke nekap kan truwa temporary obscuration thani chutamchi khaan bi nelo. Tede torwa nelo toparis. In Sanji koran so shajo mare. Sanji sarwa so shajo yo mare. Ina chuk nelo to toparwa. Okay. Nelo tona tene ta ngo korwa ta nyangin dewa to ya yorwa tamo to yang korwa kora sha na ji automatically ndo sangro kan yo mares.
So there is sort of this play that has to be enacted, and that, it's like take the example of the Buddha. So the Buddha, when he sat to realize the true to awaken to the to Buddhahood, when he did, so we speak about it in terms of, he purified his obscurations, he realized the ultimate truth, but what really happened was he understood things as they already are. He understood the true nature. He awakened to the correct understanding of reality. And so, but the Buddha didn't create something new. He didn't make, it's not like he created something new in the process. He just realized things as they actually are. He realized the true nature, and that's what we call nirvana. But it isn't a creation of, it's actually closer to the natural balance that you speak of, because that actually is the true reality. But if we leave samsara as it is, without the effort, without going, doing, progressing on the path, then it won't do it on its own. So it does require the display of the effort, the display of the path.
Oda tega na ita pena chakha na nga tso terawa nyamlen chi zidu pena nga tso ki ju le yuba pena ta tangi kongtu yuba na nga de chik chamba me wala chamba jeya ningje me wala ningje jeya changjo sen me wala changjo sen jeya ta tene ma sonde nga tso chik nyong momba to sol ta gomne pe to song go gurwa gomne tene ta nyong mombe ke ngo chizol tene rangi maroba rawa nga son tuwa he iside tuwa hegba oda te maye parthola tene nga jota korban dina ta korban ta no yo mare rawa yine ya ti kin tuwa de hegne tene ta taure rawa oda ti indi tene yang koran hengro yo mares.
So there we have to practice. We have to practice to build the qualities that counteract the faults that obscure. So, for instance, if we where there's not love, we have to cultivate love. We have to cultivate bodhicitta to counteract or to clear away the obscurations of afflictive emotions which obscure the true nature. And this takes time, and it takes dedication, and the ngowo rangshim madrupa kare ngowo rangshim madrupa
ngowo rangi marowa tini ha khona tama to be korwa khora ya
And in this process, then we see the empty nature of those very obscurations, that that the afflictive emotions themselves have no real essence. But we can't just realize that without doing anything, without, with just leaving like samsara to be without, or if we just leave the delusion, or we leave samsara as it is, then there's no way to achieve freedom. And we make prayers to end samsara, as you mentioned, but it is pretty difficult to actually end samsara.
sonam chenpo chi tene tende chi ne tene chi tsangma nyamne chi ne tene ta chi history no demba in the zumai I'm not sure but in the chongba tsangma di ta longba ji kingdom ji sangji ba re se ya ji yore sina ti akungarwa.
And so there's a story, whether it's mythical or it's really true, he's not sure. But it is said that the king of Udayana, due to his practice and the practice of others in the kingdom, actually that the entire kingdom awakened together, attained enlightenment together.
In that definitely King Korang samji me chabarwa ritina ya da ko ji chatang sanji yu de me se ya de da dongdo yo de sina da ko himing ro.
And the king himself definitely was kind of inconceivable. And the Buddha also had prophecies about this. Or did the Sanjay Rang the Udayana Giga Bola. But whether or not the King Indrabhuti, yeah. So and actually the Buddha gave, it is said, gave empowerments directly to this king, and so, but whether or not all of the people in the kingdom also really attained awakening, that's uncertain, but that's what is said.
So you are more
Is that helpful, or do you have more questions to follow that, or?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Thank you. Yes, that's helpful. I guess my follow-up question would be if ultimate reality is already realized. Yeah, so we have to practice, but why do we have to individually realize what's already fundamentally realized, or is it just a way to sustain?
I think that's good. Maybe you can leave there. I think this is a very good question, and ultimately, realize your Buddha for
and that is correct. That ultimately we do know or we have realized this intrinsic nature, because it is our very nature. It's the Buddha nature.
Yin and yang, temporary obscuration,
but we also have the temporary obscurations.
As long as temporary obscuration, madam ina realize yunanda, minanda, samsara rang.
And as long as those temporary obscurations are present, whether ultimately, like from the perspective of the ultimate truth, there's realization or not realization. The obscurations are present, so we will wander in samsara as long as those are not purified, as long as those are not cleared away.
That indu that yang aso da carrying those ultimate chagi do those yati da category decision scenario kanda terawa ngaso di nyong ba de kandis duas. Pena kachang ngaso da kian bu che gang ngaso geshu chongso same di jik tangro hyagdo yo warawa. nyung mo ba khangrong je kwang thon ro mewa bena te yo na tene ko ti sta nyo yo res yin ta dong ga zo ti chang sang je to yo ma wa
and we, so whether or not we have understanding of that ultimate nature, we can just see like how we relate to afflictive emotions in our own mind stream. Like Kimber Rinpoche was talking about, building the ability, the stability of the mind to such an extent that you can control it. You can place it where you want to place it and leave it there for as long as you want to leave it there, and withdraw it if you want to withdraw it. But essentially, you are not at the mercy of the thoughts and emotions that arise.
Any affect emotions control live your matters.
You don't, like, there's no afflictive emotion that you would thought that can control you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That tea in Dutini, Tiniji Yina, Tene, Cocarsena teaching Nupati and taking control on our year. They don't think in this area, go to Sarawa.
And when
they don't think in the go to your Sarisa.
And when you're at that level of stability, then the samadhi, that is the union of bliss and emptiness, starts to be generated on its own.
Tinita Tindi Yogi Gabla, T Gabla, go Sadra obscuration, Tanya, Lela, your Saris.
And then at that point, when that samadhi is easily accessible, then it becomes sort of easy for the subtle obscurations to start purifying.
이내야 단단가서 딱 갈래 카쇼레스. 단데네 갑라 고지. 냥레마지나 갈래 가고 차디오레스.
But without a lot of practice, this is a really hard, it's really difficult to arrive at that level.
베네 차샤나 가서 드리다 남가 베네 데로 헤어 킹도 와다 다 간다 스트롬. 근데 요베 갑라 근데 가서 다 남간 통야 나와 통야 빼깔래 가고 버려와. 이는 나와 예 유요바레 고 랑지리 내초레 요레티 이나야 the temporary obscuration by the cloudy storm raining tiniji yobe kabla 통통 요 말이스 티니다 ngaso di 지 갈래 ngaso ta storm about timba oda to 갈래 타나 근데 그 얘기 랑지 요 되와다 건조로야 요 말이고 가랑 요 말이스.
So, like, for instance, it's really difficult if you look at the sky during a hurricane and try to see stars or the moon. They're there behind all of the weather, but we can't see them in the middle of a hurricane because the winds are too strong, the rain is too strong, there's a lot of clouds, but naturally they're there. But we can't see them as long as there's cloud cover. Even though they're there, we simply can't perceive it. So we have to clear away the clouds.
Tangas work really hard.
And it takes a lot of work.
Thank you. Thank you, Drupan.
No, that's okay.
So you have some questions? So, right, so no questions, I think, right? Tati, I make all the question you summary.
Does anyone have any questions about meditating on your mother?
다 되래. 다 가서 디 단기 공투와 나게래. 다 아마데라 가디 쳔보 임바 티네제 하코네. 티네 다 아마잠 마지비케. 티네 가서 다 랑케 다동 타니오레 가서 레라오 요마바. 다동 타니에사. sorry, I forget another thing. 이네 양 가히 dan dharma kirti ringzi choji tape songdwa ta kahye yang amala de goma to betini use gires
Gomma tupe.
amala object chi ma to betini use gires amala zo hya ma to betini use gires tina digres chor sulet zewa yuna sulet choron kant sulepeta ning yesatela de tambote gomna digres songdwa.
So he forgot to mention, it sometimes is the case that one, maybe by virtue of the difficult relationship, that somebody really, it's not beneficial for them to use their mother as the object for generating love. Like it's just really difficult. And if that's the case, that's okay. You can use another object that is easier to cultivate that feeling of affection and love towards.
Oh,
and that was said by Rigzen Chugidrakpa, sorry.
Dene da nyeng amada za chenbo yinba. Gadi chenbo yinba. Dene je chen sona. Da ti ama gadi chenbo yinba tela. Dene da teli ta ji ta heng se gro da na sang ro la dene chamba gom gres. Ninje gom gres. Dene da dene ji ne dene ya yu lungba. Arang benata ngaso tedo bena counting da winare ngade inare tende gom tene lungba benata ngaso da win America la gom o tini chigres.
And so but if whether we're using our mother as the main object for our love or another object, so we first spend quite a bit of time focusing on that object as a means to generate the love, and then we expand it gradually. So we then spread that love by thinking about like other members of our family, other relatives, other people that we can easily feel love for. And then we make it a little bigger, our kind of extended community, and then like out a little bit further, then maybe like to the whole county, and then out a little further, then, to the whole country, and then, or to the like different states of America, and then to the whole country, and then gradually to the whole world. And then beyond the world, so that it really encompasses all beings.
Da tiang nga to sombere da nga to da jewa nga che keleng yore namba inde da jewa tela ji kurwan dela limitless rawa beginningless endless no ji re tin beginningless la nga to jewa len yu ji re samsang nga to ro wa ri do simchen tam ji ama chi yu ji re nga to pu chi jire ama chi bi ka la yang ameke jikpa jikchang tsewa ti yu jire es tindi yinba thang tega na ita zo chehyo de karsena simchen tamchi dewandong e jikpa yinba mendong e jikpa yinba o tindi jire san tene jik simchen tamchi la tangi ngarang ameke tsewa te na yitene simchen tamchi la tsewa ji etok tene tabi jigure es.
And we also reflect on kind of the logical reasoning that if we have circled in samsara since beginningless time, like samsara is beginningless and it's endless until and unless we attain enlightenment, and all of that beginningless time, then there's no being of any of the 6 classes that has not at one point in time or another been our mother, our father, our children. So we've had every possible relationship with every sentient being. And so there's no sentient being that has not been our mother. And so when we think about that, and then we think about the kindness of our mother, and we can then relate to all sentient beings as our own mothers, then that love becomes really expansive.
대치. 되네. 어다 디 심지한 탐지 등이 다동 들라올면 들라임바. 다 리즌직 심지한 탐지라 대완동에 나로 지파임바. 동년면도 지파임바. 들라임베.
Let me.
되게
Yeah.
어디 좀센 텔레데네. 되네 가서다 이제 공부요레스.
And then another reasoning is that we think of the fact that, you know, we all want happiness. We don't want to suffer. This is our nature. And this nature is shared by all beings without exception. All beings want to be happy and nobody wants to suffer. So then for that reason, it's like very logical to have love for others.
다동 furthermore, right? 다 같이 거래 센티네 딘데지 심지한 닝지지 라고 right? 더잠지 공조 더잠지게 차도 더잠지 해당 심지한 현발을 랑마토와 디스 칸데이는 닝지지게 요나 다 가서디 타겟 수리라비나 나랑 마가와텔데 다 다비치 그랬어.
So da ningje la lagiole or jamba.
잠바 닝지 오다 디바로 코란 믹스 하는 거.
Okay, so kongta test so kongso tenda control trado langkin gari target ki korla yapo shara sama koma so
다 단단가 솔라임바 잠바이나리 닝게이나리 케시다 semjen 탐지라 딘이 제토바 중소나 다 통못텔라
de amayen ba chetuba.
다 아마지나 다 제바 제토바라와 중소나스.
So then if we can give rise to love for all beings, then furthermore we see that they're, you know, that okay, Denny?
다 디지를 케시지 토비나스 semjen도 탐지라 되네. 지디스 가르스나 참바 제토비아 닝지 제토비아 딘이 중소미나 대가나 이렇게 equally라와 딘이 차소나 딘에다 furthermore 같이 골라오나 the next step라 다 target도 ngala magan게 칭게.
Oh, okay.
ngala
Yeah.
노바탄게 텔레테 다 공부요레스.
So then, once we have successfully generated love, actually it's the same whether we're focusing on generating love or compassion. It's kind of the same process here. But once that love becomes really distributed equally to all sentient beings, then we stretch, or not all sentient beings, but it becomes very expansive, but maybe the enemies are still kind of difficult. So then we have the target as those who are most difficult, the target for our love. Our enemies are those who are particularly difficult.
어다테 나도 산이 근데 당보 이퀄리 참아제 공 디지엘레트니 나도 다 다는 디노다 나도 딱 반동데 거로 달아던 거 지바세야 디체크티
And so this is what we'll begin focusing on tomorrow is, you know, the expanding of the love so that we have like really kind of equal regard for all beings, and then like moving to those difficult people that are really especially challenging for us, just as we do, when we recite always the prayer, all mother sentient beings, especially those enemies who hate me.
Okay. So
There was one question online, Drupama.
okay.
So Zoldi was asking, what does it mean by the line that says, between sessions be a conjurer of illusions?
The magician.
The buke lakanditi and hakuma song yang magician double. Magician dang test double do.
Ale oterawa. Ta tunsam tela ina yang. Nga so ta tu gom de tanjila imba. Je chu tamji rang yimarawa. Tindin do samgu yorawa. Ina yang ko tunsam la yang tanang yik je korwan de la nimbu mewarawa. Tene teyang tene terawa illusion do dream do tene samtang gures.
So what it's really just referring to is that, as he said, when we're meditating during the sessions, at that point, we're really meditating on the lack of inherent existence. And then, so we've been meditating in that way during the sessions, and then when we get up from the sessions, in between sessions and post-meditation, there's all this stuff that's happening, but we're able to still maintain that awareness of its empty nature. So we're practicing relating with all the phenomena as being dreamlike and illusory.
Okay. So now, dedication.
Okay, page 24. By the virtues collected in the three times, by myself and all beings in samsara and nirvana, and in the innate root of virtue, may I and all beings quickly attain unsurpassed, perfect, complete, precious enlightenment. May the teachings of the great Rikumpa Ratna Shri, who is omniscient, Lord of the Dharma, Master of interdependence, continue and increase through study, practice, contemplation, and meditation until the end of samsara. And then to page 19. Bodhicitta, the excellent and precious mind, where it is unborn, may it arise. Where it is born, may it not decline, but ever increase higher and higher. Changju Semjo Rinpoche Ma Ke Panam Ke Gyurje Ke Panyam Pame Payam Gong Ne Gong Du Perashok Changju Semjo Rinpoche Ma Ke Panyam Ke Gyurje Ke Panyam Pame Payam
Thank you. Good night. Good night. Thank you.
So tomorrow we'll
Gracias,
return.
Fernando, para todos. Gracias, Soldi.
Gracias, Soldi. We'll return at 10 a.m. Right? Yeah. Just to remind everyone that there's a shift in the schedule tomorrow. It's the teachings begin at 10 rather than 2. Right? Today's Friday. Yeah. He was thinking that actually Walmart would probably, yeah, like a, like. We're gonna wear it.